Morning, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 Board of Forestry Public Meeting. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. Today's meeting will be live streamed on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along, I'll provide some best practices and housekeeping tips. Everyone participating in the virtual and physical meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noises. For online participants, remember to mute yourself when not speaking and disable your video when not presenting or providing public comment. We ask everyone participating today to state their names before speaking so that those listening can track commentary for the meeting recording. If you experience technical issues in the online meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with the ODF hosts during the meeting. The agenda contains many information items that will provide department updates, highlight board committee work, and allow the board to discuss topics of interest. For the March meeting, we have two decision items in front of the board, one in block form, that's the consent agenda, as well as agenda item number 3. As a reminder of our general order of operations, after an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. Board members, if you have any clarifying questions, please raise your hand and I will call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After the presentation, we will shift to a discussion space where the board can ask further questions or present a motion for deliberation before coming to a vote. For public testimony, our agenda offers 2 opportunities for the public to provide comments. The public forum item allows members of the public to share their perspectives with the board about items not on the agenda or regarding informational items included with the meeting minutes. Testimony under the public forum is limited to 2 minutes. We understand that this is not a lot of time, but if you'd like to share more information with the board, we recommend sending in written comments. To enter into the record for the March meeting, please send your comments by March 21st. Any questions so far? Okay, I will perform a roll call of the board members to confirm quorum can be met for today's items. Since we have a new board member, I would like each of us to offer a brief introduction as your name is called. Okay. Liz Akpawa.
Chair Kelly, I'm present. And Alexi, as I've said, I'm Liz Akpawa. I'm from Southwest Oregon, like you, from the Rogue Valley, Medford. What else, Jim, should I say? I don't know. We'll talk later.
Okay, Heath Curtis.
Do you want present? Did you want a background on me?
Just a brief, just
Okay.
Yeah.
I grew up in the Wallowa Valley in northeastern Oregon. My education has all been in Oregon, and I have the privilege of working for the Hampton family at Hampton Lumber.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to just comment about why you're on the Board of Forestry, that's always a good one too.
Oh man, I feel like I should say something profound about that. It's like these are, the Oregon's forests, of course, are extraordinarily important to Oregonians, and I feel privileged to be one of those representing all of those Oregonians.
Ben Doimling.
I'm present, and Alexi, welcome. It's great to have you here. It's nice to have a fresh face in this group. And yeah, I grew up and live here just outside of Salem. I've lived here almost all my life, worked in the forest, taken care of the forest, and I'm intensely proud of the abundant natural resources we have in Oregon. We have such an incredible abundance here. And as a result of that, feel a responsibility, an obligation. I feel like I have a role to play in helping to steward these forests. And I'm honored to be here on the board with all of these folks to have a voice there. So welcome.
Joe Justice.
I am present, Mr. Chair. So Lexi, welcome. I'm Joe Justice. I live and work in La Grande, Oregon, in Northeast Oregon. So the board is represented by various areas of state, and I'm East Side representative to the Board of Forestry. I've been on the board, I think, with Jim and Brenda for about 6 years now. So kind of a long tenure on the board. I am a professional forester. I work for Manulife Forest Management in Northeast Oregon, and we manage timberlands throughout the state, throughout the West, and throughout the world, throughout the country. I grew up in Western Oregon, out of north of Portland. Got my degree in forestry from Oregon State University, so I'm very proud of that university. I have a daughter attending there now, and I guess probably obvious, I'm part of the regulated community, and so I think it's important to have representation on this board from the regulated community. I'm affected by the laws. I deal with the laws. My company does. I have a pretty my entire career, I've been working directly with the Department of Forestry. And so I obviously have a lot of interest in what happens with regulations with the department. I'm incredibly proud to be a part of this industry. It's given my family the livelihood that it has. And so like so many Oregonians, so, but welcome.
Okay, Alexi Luvecchio.
Present. Yeah, hi everyone. This is my first board meeting. Excited, nervous, all the feelings, but I really look forward to working with everyone and getting to understand the processes of the board. Most of my background is in federal forest policy, so I do have a little bit of homework to do to get caught up on state forestry issues, but I look forward to bringing my experiences in forest policy to the board. So really happy to be here.
Linda McComb.
Lexi, welcome. I'm here. My background, I'm a retired academic. I currently work part-time as the editor-in-chief for the Journal of Forestry, which is published by the Society of American Foresters. Why I'm on the board, I try to be sure that to the best of my ability, science, the best available science is used in all of the policy that we create and the implementation of that policy by the agencies. While also respecting traditional ecological knowledge brought to us by our tribal members.
All right, and obviously I'm here too, Jim Kelly, and welcome. I sometimes still wonder why I'm on this board, but because I grew up in Portland, I built a business there over many years, and then made this foolish decision with my wife to buy a ranch in Eastern Oregon, and have done that for the last 25 years. I guess the reason is I think that I have lived on those the very different worlds that we have in Oregon, and hopefully that helps me through all of this. But I of course entered into this without any forestry background. But thank you all for sharing that. That was great. So just like to move ahead into onto the consent agenda items. And is there anybody who would like to declare a conflict or appearance of a conflict for any of the items that are presented on block? Okay.
Well, we may have a conflict in our own self-evaluation. It's like,
All right. Well, this is not really the self-evaluation that we're covering here, just the form of the self-evaluation, which is actually pretty much dictated by the state of Oregon. So, but we still get to vote on it. Anybody ready to present a motion?
Chair, I just wanted to make a comment on
You
this,
bet.
if I could. I just wanted to thank Interim State Forester Kate Skinner for her comments on the March 3rd's financial reports. And I feel like there is so much uncertainty about the role the federal government plays in the work of the department right now. And as I look through all these agenda items, so many of these have some federal nexus with funds or work. And there is just so much uncertainty. And I appreciate the comments in that financial report that says, to summarize, we're paying very close attention to this. And there are not answers, but I got a clear signal from the department that they're paying very close attention to this, and that made me feel really good. So just a big thank you to Kate and her team for following this and keeping us up to date on that. So I just wanted to make a comment on that.
Thank you, Ben.
Jim, I just want to make a comment, a short comment about the I think Central Oregon, Northeast Oregon District boundary change. I just want to draw the attention of the board, that boundary change. I read about it in your board packet, and this is a little bit procedural to start the public hearing process, and I think this will be coming back to the board in June. I manage lands that this affects, and I hope we really pay very close attention to what budget committees, comments come back on this, the association, the Eastern Oregon Association, Fire Association, how they look at this boundary change. I think it makes a lot of sense in many, many ways, but there's incredible sensitivity, and I have to speak to this board about rates in Eastern Oregon and the unsustainable level of assessments that Eastern Oregon landowners are experiencing. I think the kind of preliminary numbers for my district is about a 60 cent per acre increase in assessments in my district. That is significant. And that's not considering kind of boundary change or whatnot. But I think it's just critically important that we find solutions here for fire funding in Oregon. I know that I really appreciate what the department staff is doing in Eastern Oregon, really looking at costs very closely. They're very sensitive to that. They're working very closely with those budget committees and the association to make sure that they do everything they can to sharpen their pencils. And I really appreciate the work the department's doing in that regard. But it just speaks to the fact that we've got to find solution for Oregon for fire funding. So that's end of comment. Thank you.
And you know that I very much agree with that, and the importance of that as somebody who's a landowner affected in the Central Oregon District in very much the same way. So I'm still looking for a motion for the board to accept consent agenda items A through H.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second, Ben Doimling seconds that.
Okay, Joe Justice has so moved, and Ben Doimling has seconded. And with that, I will ask board members to prepare to vote when their name is called for the record. Liz Agpawa.
Aye.
Heath Curtis.
Aye.
Ben Doimling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Alexei Lovecchio.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
I will vote aye as well. And with that, we have with Joe Justice making the motion and Ben Doimling seconding it. The board has voted to accept the consent agenda items A through H unanimously. Okay, so the motion carries. So next up is our state forester and board member comments. And I just want to note first that Acting State Forester Kate Skinner is currently downtown at the Capitol providing testimony with department staff regarding the wildlife funding work group's findings. State Forester comments will be saved until later this morning when Kate can arrive. And we'll fit that in with the legislative update. And but meanwhile, our interim Deputy State Forester, Tim Holzbach, is here with us, and he's got a few comments that he will offer at this point. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. Members of the board, for the record, my name is Tim Holzbach, and I serve as interim Deputy State Forester. Did want to highlight one item from State Forester Skinner's notes for this morning. We're currently in the process of mobilizing firefighters to North Carolina to assist in some of their wildfire efforts. A couple of states on the East Coast have declared a wildfire emergency in the recent days. This is expected to be a 14-day assignment for about 45 employees. You may recall that we sent a small crew of employees to assist with hurricane cleanup last year and are happy to assist again. North Carolina has assisted Oregon several times over the years, especially last year, where they sent a significant amount of resources. Deployments such as these out of state on our shoulder seasons, we coordinate those closely with the governor's office, but also ensure that we have adequate resources in Oregon to respond as well. But just wanted to make the board aware of that developing workload.
Great. Thank you, Tim. So I've got one thing that I want to comment on, and then I'll open it up to board members for opening comments. And so I wanted to talk about the state forester recruitment process. And I think as we are all familiar, the governor's office has introduced a bill that would change the way would be done. My understanding is that they were introducing an emergency clause so that that all could theoretically happen very soon. But meanwhile, the current law is the current law. And the current law has us being in charge of that process. So I think in talking with various parties, we don't feel like we're need to be under a huge rush to get this done. It seems like everyone agrees that Kate is doing an admirable job as interim state forester. But meanwhile, we need to get a process going and not make any assumptions about what lies in the future. So with that, I ask that everybody be given a copy, a fresh copy of the job description and another document that has been worked on before to describe attributes that we would like to see a little bit beyond what's in the official job description. What I propose as a process going forward is that we put on the agenda a agenda item for our next meeting in April for everyone, meanwhile, to refamiliarize themselves, with what documents they have an opportunity to think and add what they would like to propose, and then have a discussion amongst the board at that meeting specifically on that. I'd also like to put onto that next agenda opportunity for public testimony regarding what members of the public would like to see in the next state forester. I think either way, that is going to be a valuable step. It really kind of the first step that should happen in all of this in terms of that gathering of initial public comment, and that will be valuable no matter what is the process and if the law does change or not going forward. I've been assured by the governor's office that we will continue to have a role in this process, the board. So we shall see. I just wanted to lay all that out. I'm open to any suggestions, ideas, or whatever. It's an unusual and kind of a difficult situation for us, but we really just can't sit here and be paralyzed by it. Okay, with that, go ahead, Brenda.
Jim, just a clarification. Do you want comments regarding Senate Bill 1051 now, or do you want to wait until later today?
I think it'd be perfectly fine. We could do it now, or we could have a discussion at the end of the day, but if you want to go now, I have no problem with that. Sure.
Okay. Well, I'm a bit troubled by the fact that this came to us, it came to me as a text message on my phone that this was happening with no consultation with the board. And as I read the bill, it is a solution searching for a problem. There's no there. Moving this to a governor decision to appoint the next state forester is a shift away from the knowledge that we all hold to a political appointment. And it erodes the partnership that we have long had with the state forester. And so I'm really concerned that moving that to a political decision, a political appointment, is going to make it very difficult for us to search and find qualified people who will take on this role. And by qualified people, I mean people with at least a background in natural resources. They have to have at least that. that really concerns me. And it changes the whole interaction, the level of trust and interaction between the board and the state forester. And I think most importantly, dealing with forests, any decision, any policy decision that's made, any implementation of that decision is going to span generations across landscapes in Oregon. We need to take the long view. We can't take a view that's election season by election season, knowing that things could flip-flop dramatically. And the board's oversight can help to deflect some of that. So that's the long view, and I just wanted to share that. In the short term, I have significant concerns that the governor's Natural Resources Policy Office will conduct a transparent and professional search for the next state forester. And I'll give you 3 examples. That office has pressured me to vote in certain ways. I can tell you right now that that doesn't work very well with me, but that happened. They intervened into the business of this board with supervision of a state forester, with no consultation with us. And they've moved forward this Senate bill, which removes our authority to appoint the state forester with no consultation with this board. To me, that does not engender trust in that office to conduct a good search. So I think the best thing we can do perhaps is see a bill move through that changes the qualifications, but allows the appointment to stay with this board and ensure that we're going to have an ethical search done that's going to result in an appointment that is a long-term appointment, reflective of past state foresters like Jim Brown, who spanned multiple governors. So anyway, those are my concerns. Apparently, it might be too late to do anything about the Senate Bill 1051, but I hope not. I hope that people wake up and understand what the consequences are.
So, any other opening board comments on that or any other subject? Who am I? Go ahead, Liz.
Liz Akpawa, board member. I just want to tag on to what Brenda said as far as, the qualifications of a state forester. I think that of all the departments within Oregon, there is only one state forester. There are many directors, and I think that's intentional. And I very much agree about the need to have a forestry or a natural resource background. There are so many very complicated issues that ODF deals with. And it is a land management agency. And land management agencies are very different in that they're not, the broiler board or whatever. They impact communities. They impact landscapes. They impact riparian areas. They watersheds. So I think some level of natural resource management is really, really critical, and preferably forestry. And I just in my federal career, worked with a lot of state foresters, and I don't know of one state that did not put in their, designate within their state forestry someone who had that kind of natural resources background. So it boggles me that we would, in the state of Oregon, and as we've said, these natural resources, that we might want to put someone who's very politically adept, but who does not come with the and of having an understanding of these wonderful landscapes that we manage. So very much in agreement with Brenda on that.
And Doimling.
Ben Doimling for the record, just following on Liz and Brenda's very thoughtful comments. I appreciate those. I too share concerns with this Senate bill, and I think we need to be doing everything we can to foster a position that can transcend time and administrations and wins, political wins, wins of whatever sorts, because these forests that we spend our time focusing on, it's all about time. Nothing changes quickly. And we need to be doing everything we can to put a state forester at the helm of this department that can be a steady guiding hand, hopefully for a long time. And I think we've struggled to keep state foresters around very long. And I think we should be thinking very clear, very specifically about ways that we can foster that role as something that can be durable and long lasting. And unfortunately, I think just to follow on that, the 7 members here in this room, we all have different opinions, we all have strong opinions, but we are, in essence, subject matter experts that are supposed to represent a broad swath of Oregon, and I think we do. And I'm just getting to know you, Alexi, but I think I can say with authority that everyone here has really good intentions, and I trust and respect, and I think we shouldn't take lightly the expertise in this room here. And the state forester is someone we are going to be working with every day to help guide policy in this department. And I think it's important that the smart minds in this room have a role in that. Those are my thoughts for now. Thank you.
Heath, go ahead.
Well, two comments. One, I don't know, to Brenda's comment about the governor calling us, I don't know for sure what your experience was there, but I just wanted to say I'm not offended by the governor calling and lobbying me on issues and telling me the way they think things ought to go. I don't have to do what they tell me to do. In fact, I hope they do. They can bring me information I don't know, and I would say the same to timber companies and environmental groups. I hope that happens, and I suspect you probably had something there that distinguished that, but I thought it worth noting. It's not like the governor's office is doing something untoward. They're just calling me and telling me like how they think what the best policy outcome would be, and I actually appreciate that feedback. But two, with regard to the state forester's position, it's kind of weird to do this all in public. I would say I can see the historic policy reason to have it be a person selected by the Board of Forestry to kind of create that durability. But I think it's worth noting that we have abjectly failed in producing that durability. And we've just been rolling through state foresters. So whatever the policy objective was, the current pieces are not producing that outcome. And so, it seems to me a more productive conversation would be what we could do to kind of produce that outcome in a way that we could all agree is a good policy. But I don't know what that is. And so personally, I'm a little ambivalent about, that piece of the bill. As you might expect, I'm very invested that Oregon's state forester should have practical forestry experience, and that there's a large body of humans that fit that qualification, and some of them have excellent executive skills as well, and that we should recruit from that pool. But there may be a diversity of opinion on that topic.
Yeah, Joe Justice, Rick, I don't know that I can add a great deal that hasn't already been said. I think I'd be remiss. I am a forester. I feel very strongly that our next state forester needs to have that sort of background. Brenda mentioned kind of a long-term, thinking about long-term. And that's one of the things, one of the lenses that you're trained with in this profession is thinking about our decisions. And I think that's, and how that affects forests and Oregon over the long term. We have this tremendous resource in Oregon. Arguably our greatest resource is our timber in the state of Oregon. And we have a premier forestry college. This state is driven by this industry in many respects. And to not have a leader in this agency with that background concerns me a great deal. So, but I really appreciate the conversation here. I think I agree with Heath. We haven't been successful. And so I think we always have to think about what is the right way by which to get the right person in this position. I don't frankly have an answer. It's very challenging to find that person. It's a very special person, but I'll stop there.
And again?
Yeah, two comments. One, response to Heath's point, and I agree, Heath. I would love to know what the governor would prefer. I do not appreciate being pulled aside and told how to vote to make things look good. Is that a clear distinction? Relative to the last few searches, when we searched for and hired Cal, I would say that the search process was not as well run as it could have been. And it could have been improved significantly. And that's what I would look for in the future, is working with a search firm that knows what they're doing to get us the best pool possible from which we can choose.
I find that I can argue that I agree with all the points being made. I also feel like this would have been a great topic for me to be dealing with in a high school debate team, because having talked to various people about this and the reasons for and the reasons against, everybody's got good reasons. I mean, point by point, you can kind of go through what the governor's ideas are around why on point A, B, C, D. There's no right and wrong here. And I think, but there are, I think what I've seen is really valid arguments on both sides, just, going right down through the list. So anyhow, but to a great degree, it's out of our hands. And so I encourage all of you as individuals to weigh in. And your perspectives are important in terms of working with the legislature, in whose hands this will be. Brenda.
Is there anything that this board could agree on at this point in terms of sending a message to the legislature and the governor?
Not sure, but would encourage you to think about that, and maybe we could deal with that at the end of the day.
Okay.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments? Okay. Appreciate that all. And next up is our public forum, and that's the agenda time allotted for public testimony. For those participating, we ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, not exceed their allotted time of 2 minutes. As a reminder, this forum is reserved for remarks on information items and topics off the agenda. Before you begin, please state your full name, the topic or agenda item number you are commenting on, and associated affiliation if you are representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. With that, Eleni, are we ready to engage?
Yes, Chair Kelly, we're ready to engage. Today we have 6 individuals signed up for public testimony. To begin, I'll ask the individuals who are providing testimony in person to come and join us at the presenters table. That would be Mike Pyle, Dom Freeman, and Michael Lang. All right, Mike, we're going to set up a 2-minute timer for you and go ahead and begin speaking when you're ready. When the timer goes off, please make your final closing comments.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being on the board. I know it's a big job and takes up a lot of time. So I'm Mike Peel. I'm a logger, landowner, and timber manager out of the best place in Oregon, Vernonia, Oregon. I'm here to talk about the private forest accord. It looks like there's going to need to be an additional budget to make all that happen of $36 million. And I can tell you, if I was a land manager and one of my foresters said, we'd like $36 million to implement this plan, I would be immediately handed a tree planting shovel and this would be your new job. And a lot of this private forest accord stuff is on the logger and landowner's shoulders. We basically now have to write a novel on every job we're going to do that is so deep and in-depth. And I understand the science, but the weight is all put on us. We're not reimbursed for that cost. So I'm not really sure where all this money is going to go. And then also with these new buffer strips, which there's going to be thousands of miles, that also creates stream enhancement for free. Instead of paying somebody however many dollars to do this stream enhancement, I was actually out on some of our jobs where we left all these buffer strips. All the trees have already fallen into the creek and it's natural stream enhancement done by Mother Nature for free. So that should be put into consideration with this giant budget. You know, let Mother Nature with these new rules happen on its own. And while I was looking at these natural stream enhancement spots, I was looking over at Highway 26 and they have a culvert, which if we applied for a permit, if it's rusted out, we can't start the job till it's fixed. Even on Sunset Highway, I mean, the culverts are rusted out, the water's running right through the bottom of them. So there's lots of things to think about in the private forest accord. It's not all about money, but just let things kind of evolve and think about that process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dom Freeman.
Hello, my name is Dominic Freeman. I am talking about forest education. I have been in a forestry class all 4 years at high school in Sweet Home. I'm the current state FNRL president, future natural resource leaders. Being president has helped me realize that the stuff I learn every day in school, not everyone gets to. So when I go to different schools and conventions and conferences, I talk to people that say, man, I really wish I knew what jobs I could get into out of high school because there really is a lot. Or man, I need people who want to work, can pass a urine test and have a basic knowledge of the woods. When you have people that don't learn about what this is, when you get people that think loggers are just horrible people and we don't need trees to be cut down. I plan to go to school for forest management and use those skills to become a forestry teacher for 2 reasons. 1, Oregon is a state of trees and forest. When you look up on Google, what is the state of Oregon known for, you get this answer. Oregon is known for its diverse landscapes from rugged coastlines to dense forest to high deserts and volcanic peaks. But in order to uphold our great reputation as a tree state, we need to get students in the woods learning about the sciences of forest, from how a tree grows to how that same tree is cut down, hauled to a mill, and made into 2x4s, or other vast number of forest products. That's reason number 2. All those things I just mentioned require jobs, from a timber faller, shovel operator, log truck driver, mill operators, and numerous other positions within the industry. I like waking up in wood-built houses, going camping with fires, and even something as simple as writing notes with a pencil. I mean, let's be honest here, everyone does. This very room we're in has wood products in it. From the tables to chairs, even things like sodas, LCD screens, nail polish, and toothpaste have a wood product in it. I appreciate the education that my FNRL program has given to me and what it does for our industry. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Michael Ling.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the board, and welcome to Alexi, the new board member. Good to see you here. My name's Michael Lang, and I'm Senior Policy Manager for the Wild Salmon Center. I just wanted to draw your attention to a letter that we sent from the State Forest Coalition on February 18th regarding the similar topic that you discussed this morning, and that's selecting the next permanent state forester. We did so in consideration of the unprecedented challenges and opportunities also facing the Department of Forestry. And just to summarize, our group support the following priorities for the next state forester: respond to the threats of climate change and biodiversity loss by implementing the climate change and carbon plan, protecting communities from wildfire, of course, completing implementation of the private forest accord and finalizing the PFA HCP, also finalizing the state forest habitat conservation plan and improve incidental take permits, adopt a new forest management plan incorporating the HCP, the climate plan, and also ecological forest management. And I know that's coming up for rulemaking later this year. Adopt a new, improve public notice and engagement in decision-making, especially engaging communities and adjoining landowners in the annual operations plans. And I think those are going out for public comment this April, and hopefully that public engagement has been broadened. We encourage the board and governor to encourage an open and inclusive process for hiring the next state forester, and our groups look forward to participating. In my remaining time, I just want to give an update on a House Bill 3103 that would require the state forester and the board to adopt rules setting harvest levels. There was a hearing held on Monday. While there's broad opposition to the bill's language as written, there's general support for setting sustainable harvest levels. And we're working with the parties to try to adjust that language so that everybody can live with it and the process is improved. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. Please be seated while we switch to our online testimony providers. Avi Goldschmidt.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, Acting State Forester Skinner, and members of the board. My name is Avi Goldschmidt, and I live
Avi,
in
you are
Astoria.
muted at this time, or we're not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you confirm that you can't hear me right now? It
Can
seems
we
like
reset his timer?
you can hear me.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could I have the clock reset, please? Thank you. Good morning, Chair Kelly, Acting State Forester Skinner, and members of the board. My name is Avi Goldschmidt, and I live in Astoria, Oregon, and I work for the conservation group Wild Salmon Center. I want to just take a moment first to welcome Acting State Forester Kate Skinner and also the new board member, Alexi Lavecchio, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. I just want to bring to your attention that just this past Monday, President Trump issued an executive order demanding an expansion in timber harvests across 280 million acres of national forests, disregarding all requirements to protect endangered species, critical waterways for fish and drinking water, or any other environmental regulations put in place for decades. My question is, where does this leave you, the Board of Forestry, that manages all other forest lands in Oregon? When all other forests in the state are being assaulted for quick profit with no respect for science, how will the Oregon Board of Forestry and Department of Forestry meet this moment and maintain a focus on protecting this critical resource? I believe the answer is by appointing a state forester who will steadfastly hold up ODF's vision of being a national leader in climate-smart forestry, which are your words from the Climate Change and Carbon Plan approved in 2021. The state forester should not acquiesce to the demands of private industry, but instead listen to the scientists and the people of Oregon who have said time and time again that Oregon forests need to remain mature and intact in order to be healthy and sustainable. The Habitat Conservation Plan and Climate Change and Carbon Plan are great steps in the right direction, and I applaud you for approving those. Now I urge you to appoint a state forester that will put these visions of ecological forest management into action. Thank you.
Thank you, Avi. Next is Anna Kaufman.
Chair Kelly, Acting State Forester Skinner, and members of the board, good morning. My name is Anna Kaufman. I live in Astoria, and I work with North Coast Communities for Watershed Protection. Today, we face uncertain times. Climate change is accelerating. Already, we are witnessing climate disruption globally, including the recent wintertime wildfires that displaced tens of thousands of people in Los Angeles. Because of a lag between atmospheric CO2 accumulation and warming, the effects of climate change we feel today are produced by greenhouse gases emitted decades ago. Last year in 2024, our CO2 emissions were at an all-time high. Likely, We'll see further CO2 increases with the new administration that is gutting environmental regulations and democratic institutions. What this will mean for us 10 to 20 years from now is not yet fathomable. Likely, it will mean more and more wildfires, droughts, flash flood events, a loss of food and water resources, and job insecurity. In this time of transition, we must practice flexibility, creativity, and encourage the emergence of new ways of being that allow us to adapt to a rapidly changing climate. What might this mean when envisioning our next state forester? It's a critical time to appoint someone who is climate aware and eager to collaborate and protect local communities, and by extension, the mature forests they depend on for carbon sequestration, nourishment, clean air, and drinking water. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Anna. Next is Mark Buckby. Mark Buckby, if you're available, it's your turn for public testimony.
Good morning. My name is Mark Buckby. I live in Roseburg. I had a 35-year career in forestry in Western Oregon. I'm currently the Oregon Society of American Foresters Policy Co-Chair. The Society of American Foresters represents forestry professionals and provides leadership to ensure that all members of the profession achieve excellence in sustainable forestry and natural resource management. The mission of SAF is to advance sustainable management of forest resources through science, education, technology, and promote professional excellence while ensuring the continued health, integrity, and use of our forests to benefit society in perpetuity. SAF has many position statements backed by research and scientific literature that this board may find helpful when making hard decisions. I want to highlight the SAF's national position statement recently on forests and wildlife, which was adopted just a few weeks ago. SAF's forest and wildlife policy states that SAF advocates for the essential role that active forest management plays in sustaining and restoring wildlife habitats, key habitat elements, and associated species. Through science-based forest management practices, natural resource managers can maintain and balance the composition, function, and structural diversity of forests at various spatial and temporal scales. SAF's policies go on to say that the greatest threat to forest sustainability now and its biodiversity is the conversion of forests to other land use. Some people believe active management and wildlife habitat are mutually exclusive, but we reject that. Policy should be developed with both in mind, but not one at the expense of others. SAF supports and promotes research policies and practices that sustain wildlife and forest ecosystem. As you move through your work, as you move through the work before this board, please keep SAF's position statements in mind as you grapple with your decisions. And feel free to call on members of the Society of American Foresters when you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, Susan Banyas.
It says here, unable to start video. I don't know why. Can you hear me?
Yes, Susan, we can hear you.
Okay. I guess my video part won't go on. Chair Kelly and Acting State Forester Skinner, members of the board, good morning. Like others who have spoken, I'm alarmed, and I'm speaking today to the issue of appointing a new state forester. I encourage you to hire a forester who commits to upholding your mission statement, envisioning Oregon as a leader in climate change mitigation and adaptation, quote, climate smart, socially equitable forest practices, end quote. A forester who comes to Clatsop County, where I live, to meet the people who live here, activists, scientists, elected officials, designers, homeowners, loggers, and engages in open multidisciplinary conversations regarding workforce education, and regional economics. A forester who will finalize the habitat conservation plan and protect healthy, mature forests, who will take a moral and ethical stand to protect our great reserves, one of the 3 most carbon-dense forests in the world, protect it as a life force, as life itself. A forester who is willing to restructure ODF's revenue model and adopt a truly sustainable roadmap, who implements the climate change and carbon plan and the private forest accords, who develops community-centered networks to build resilience and mitigate climate change instability locally, instead of adopting solutions, quote unquote, posed by industry, creating the climate problems and conditions that could lead to severe wildfires. A forester who will advocate for the return of a severance tax, a harvest tax, to force the corporations who cut down our forests to pay taxes like everyone else, providing revenue to fight and prevent wildfires. A forester who works, one more thing, who works to level the playing field of forestry management so that trees are harvested on behalf of the Commonwealth, the common good, with gratitude for their nurturing beauty and strength. Thank you all, and all the best in this search.
Thank you, Susan. Chair Kelly, members of the board, and board secretary and acting state forester, that concludes our public comment.
Great, thank you. Anybody have any comments based on testimony this morning from the public? Brenda, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. I was struck by the testimony from the leader of the Oregon SAF organization, in that the SAF statement says that we can manage habitat for species. We don't have to use set-asides only. And I completely agree with that. But yet that's the approach we're taking with the HCPs, both. And it comes down to trust. Until we get past this polarized situation where trust is the issue, we're not going to get to a more efficient way of managing our forests to achieve habitat goals and timber objectives and recreation objectives and the full suite of things that society expects from us. So I don't know what this board can do. I think we've tried to work together and be trusting of one another, but it's still the primary issue.
Go ahead, Heath.
Just thought I'd note to the young man who made the comments, thank you so much for making the effort to come. It's not easy appearing in front of groups like this and having your face all over God's great country. But it's leaders like you who end up changing industries like this and helping us move forward on a productive path. I strongly encourage you to keep at it, and we're all excited about your future.
Any other comments? Okay, with that, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and which is a letter of support for the private forest accord. We don't really have a policy around this, but when this idea was brought forward, I believe that there would be an opportunity here for a unanimous support for such a letter. I learned this morning that we would not have unanimous support. My gut here is that the board should not be doing letters like this unless there's unanimous support. And I'm open for others' feedback here, but my suggestion is that we pull this from the agenda, that any of you who would like to write a letter or take that letter, you can and send it to the governor or legislative leadership or both as an individual. In that case, you can cite that you're a member of Board of Forestry, but that you're writing that letter as a private citizen. And But that's my gut. I just don't think we should be sending out letters unless there's unanimous support representing. I mean, technically we could do it, but I don't feel good about it. And I'm happy to hear opinions on this, and Heath is there.
Chair Kelly, two comments, I guess. That's a surprise to me. That would be true, but I would say, one, I could not more strongly support the message in this letter. And I will be expressing that individually. But I also strongly agree with your suggestion that if we're not in a unanimous position to push an item forward, we shouldn't do it as a body to the legislature.
Yeah, and I agree. Thank you, Heath. I mean, and I agree with you. I'm in strong support of the letter as well. But would rather and will do that as an individual. Liz?
Well, I don't know if this is the place, but that's a surprise to me. And is this the time, or is it another time to just ask generally why not? Or should we just, I'll do it at the break.
It's up to all of you. So anybody wants to discuss it further or not at this point in the agenda? Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, I can't support it because I can't support the PFA. It's not based upon the best available science, particularly around the science of landscape ecology. I spent the last 2 weeks of January at the National Advanced Silvicultural Program, Module 3, on landscape ecology, teaching 48 Forest Service and BLM and other federal professionals about landscape ecology and the importance of pattern and process across complex landscapes. The PFA does not do that. It does not take into consideration whole watersheds. It takes into consideration a tiny fraction of every watershed. So scientifically, I can't support it, and so consequently, I can't support the letter.
Jim, Joe, just for the record, I would just want to say I fully support the letter. I guess I would offer the basic idea of what this body does, which is imperfect, right? And we're trying to move policies in a direction to be better, right? And I think the PFA achieves that. No policy decision is going to be 100% correct. It is simply not the reality. And I think it's unfortunate that this body can't publicly support this letter. Thank you.
Ben?
I appreciate this conversation, and while I do fully support this letter, and I appreciate your perspective, Brenda, and I don't fully disagree with what you have to say, but I would agree with Joe. This work we do is not always perfect, but this PFA project that we have embarked on is good, if not perfect. And I would love to see the goods continue. So just maybe I'll state that I support this letter, but I agree with everyone that we should not, as a board, advance this if we're not unanimous.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the support on that. Okay, with that, we would get ready to move to the next item on the agenda, but I see that our interim state forester, Kate Skinner, is here, and if you're willing at this point, invite her up and displace our Tim Holzback here, our deputy state forester, and send him away.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right.
All right. So I was going to jump into my comments, if that's okay.
That's what we want.
All right. And thank you, Tim, for filling in. I really appreciate it. A group of us were downtown this morning at the Capitol providing a report on the wildfire funding work group. So you'll hear more about that today. So I want to just take some time to thank everyone who's joined us today online or in person. And also folks that have given testimony today. We really appreciate that. And I also want to say, as I sit up here, I really thank the board for your support, and also hoping I can represent the work of the agency, our employees, and all of our partners appropriately here, and have been trying to do that for the last 6 weeks in this position. So I had a few hot topics and personnel changes I wanted to cover today for everyone. So on the personnel side, y'all met Tim Holschbach. He's stepped in as the Deputy State Forester. He's a Deputy Division Chief in the Protection Division, and he was able to step in, help me out. He's hit the ground running. He brings incredible planning skills, strategic thinking. So I really appreciate Tim doing that. I also want to acknowledge the promotion of Michael Curran. This will be the last time I do this, Michael. I think we've done it everywhere now. So Michael has been our district forester in West Oregon for the last 5 years and has promoted up into the division chief for protection. So I appreciate him coming to Salem and taking that role on. So a few things. I think I asked Tim, I don't know if he had a chance to update you about the dispatching of firefighters to North Carolina.
He did.
Okay, great. But I also wanted to talk about, we had a recent press release that went out about the Firewise USA communities and sites. And I also want to just promote that Oregon's now #2 in the nation for Firewise USA, second only to California. And we have 298 Firewise sites, with Jackson County and Deschutes County leading those for the state of Oregon. So, and for folks that don't know, the Firewise USA program helps guide communities in the process protecting their homes and neighborhoods from wildfire. So that's a huge milestone for the state of Oregon. The next topic I wanted to cover a little bit was around federal funding. I've gotten a lot of questions about where are we on federal funding for our agency. And the good news is we have been receiving funds and our portals are open. It's been a daily conversation about what's available, what are you able to access. So I do anticipate probably we'll see a slowing of processing of some of those federal funds, just as they reconfigure their staffing on their side of that. But so far, good news for us. I also don't have a clear vision, though, of what future agreements will look like as we get those signed or as we apply for additional grants and those kind of things. So we have a variety of folks tracking those on a daily basis within our agency, and we'll keep everybody up to date about what we see there. So I think the final topic here I wanted to chat a bit is Jim asked me to share a little bit about our fire investigations. So there were some questions around the 2020 fire investigations and if we've been able to complete those. As everybody remembers, it was a record-setting time for us. And so our fire investigations are kind of in various states for 2020, and it has to do with identifying who's responsible, looking at cost collections, all those kind of pieces of it. And when we entered those Labor Day fire events, we had a single person that was doing both cost collection and fire investigation at that time. So that's significantly changed. We now have a much more robust staffing. And so as we work through that, we continue, just like you see in our financial pieces, we continue to close out year after year on fire investigations and are moving those forward. And we're following all the national protocols for all those kind of pieces on the fire side. So those are a few updates. Again, thank you for everybody's support. Thank you to the staff at ODF. Everybody has been very helpful to me, getting me up to speed, what I need to know, and as well to all of our partners. I covered a lot of fire topics this morning. We'll hear more about those. But I also just want to say all of our divisions, all of our programs, working hard and doing a lot of good work for all Oregonians. That I will close. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just mention that the reason I asked her about the fire investigation, there was an article in the press that was, related to all of the lawsuits against the utilities and all of that in the 2020 fires. And the article mentioned that the State Department of Forestry had not completed the investigations and essentially was being critical of the department. And so I asked the question. I don't want to be overly critical of the department, but yeah, it's been 5 years, or almost 5 years. So that work needs to get done. Don't think anybody, and I understand what you're saying about the protocols, but anyhow, okay. We're in that case, thank you, and we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is a report on agency demographics and workforce trends. Amy, are you coming forward to do the presentation here for us? Thank you. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair Jim Kelly and board members, and welcome Alexis, as well as interim state forester Kate Skinner. My name is Amy Pena. I am the DEI strategic officer for ODF in month 8 at the agency. So appreciate your time. I'm here on behalf of the request from the board from last month to acquire the data from the agency for the last 10 years. I just kind of want to give a little background on that. I think you all received that information. Can you switch to the next slide, Eleni? Thank you. So some of the background is, as you see on here, talks about that the motion was made by the board in developing that data collecting from 2015 to 24 in order to understand the trends of diversity of ODF workforce. You can switch to the next one, Eleni. Thank you. So kind of some contextual data or dates just to kind of compartmentalize everything. From 2015 to 2018, that data was collected in a different system, which is our legacy recruitment system. And in 2019, the state of Oregon moved to Workday for our recruitment. And then as we move into 2020, as you all know better than I do, some of the fires that were impacted, record-breaking impacts that were pretty devastating to the state. And then in 2021, Senate Bill 762 was adopted, which supported the wildfire suppressions. And when we move into 2022, recruitment increased, as well as from Senate Bill 762, we had our Pulse survey that was offered to ODF. And I have a couple slides here that kind of go over that 10-year data. So some highlights from that, some key findings from the agency demographic relative to static from 2015 to 21. After implementing the Senate Bill 762, you can see here that on this data, female staff increased 27% from 2015 to 2024. And male staff increased from 16% to increased by 16%. And that was 821 males to 951 males. And when we move to the next slide on race and gender, we see the increase of the data from the legacy system that required a response to be entered regardless of whether the response was input by staff person or their supervisor. As such, some of that individuals had race, ethnicity selection input by their manager based on visual assessment during the years of 2015 through 2018. And then when in 2019, when it switched to Workday, it allowed staff to select preferred not answer on the race and ethnicity. So I just want to kind of note that in this information. And you can see that
the increase of individuals increased by 10% from 946 to 10,049. The numbers of individuals who identified as minority race from ethnicity increased 76.4% from 96 individuals to 169. So the increase was pretty significant. We can switch to the next one, Eleni. Thank you. So veteran status. As you can see, in 2015, we had 3.29% veterans in 2015. Currently, at the end of 2024, we have 6% of veterans in the agency now, and non-veterans, 94%. We can move on to the next one as well. Generation data. I thought this was an interesting component to kind of highlight, just to share. From 2015, you can see that our workforce is changing significantly, from baby boomers to 25% to now in 2024, at the end of this year, it was 6%. That's a significant shift and change in the workforce. And if you look at Gen Z, we had 1% in 2015, and now we have 27.9%, almost 28%. So it really kind of talks to the workforce and how do we engage when we talk about succession management in an agency and building as we move forward. And I just want to share and kind of highlight the increase between 2019 and 2024 shows that the workforce grew pretty significantly with some of our diversity in the agency, and that it's increased to 41.5%. And that's attributed to minorities and individuals, whereas we had 58% is attributed to white individuals in our agency. I think the agency definitely, from 2022, and as we move forward, we're definitely showing an increase of diversity in this agency among the individuals who work in the organization, as well as I just got approved for a new survey that will hopefully be given out at the end of 2025, which is a DEI survey to get more information to follow up from the Pulse survey that was done in 2022. So I just wanted to kind of highlight some high information just to share with the board and see if there was any questions from the follow-up request from last month.
Ben, go ahead.
Ben Doimling, thank you so much for the work to dig through and find this data and for presenting it to us today. And one of the ways I think about trying to make sense of this, and I see these numbers and I can see a little bit of change, but I'm trying to sort of put this in a larger context of, is ODF representative of the folks we serve? And is the makeup of the folks at ODF roughly representative of our constituents? And our constituents can be categorized in a couple different ways. It's, on one level, all Oregonians, and on another level, it's folks with a more direct day-to-day relationship to the forest, whether they live or work or recreate regularly in these forests. And I don't know what those numbers are. I'm wondering if you would have any context to add to sort of how the makeup of the folks who work for ODF relate to the makeup of the state as a whole, or some subset of the state that is more directly related to the forest. If you have any thoughts on that.
So I'm not sure if you recall when I first started, I had put together kind of a one sheet, kind of the state of Oregon template. So I don't know if you have that for reference, but when I pulled up those numbers, I know our data was pretty in line with the state. Do I think that not only ODF, but every state agency, I wish, I think the big thing now, Ben, and I appreciate the question, is it's the retention and being able to retain, individuals in all state agencies. I think that's, definitely a push. And so how we look for our recruitment and having that diversity, information is how we retain and retention of staff.
and building that. Again, I think ODF's doing pretty amazing from stepping in and being in this role and seeing all the great work going on and efforts. Do I think there's always room to improve and continue to do that great work? Absolutely. I think we all are going to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you.
Brenda.
Amy, thanks so much for doing all the work that it took to get these data together. I really appreciate it. We'll get together and talk maybe about digging a little bit more into some of these data in the future. But two comments, questions. One is I look at the proportion of women in the workforce in ODF, and not surprising, it's skewed, but it's getting better. So that's the good news, is that things are coming a little bit more equitable. But when I talked to Tom DeLuca at the College of Forestry at OSU and asked him, what proportion of your forestry or natural resources graduates are women? And for forest management, it's about 30%. So not too far different from what we have here. Natural resources, it's about 51, 52%. So I guess my question is, when HR recruits folks to come into ODF, do you reach out to the universities directly to recruit, not necessarily certain groups of people, but just generally, so that we can hopefully get an applicant pool that is more reflective of those kinds of proportions?
So Brenda, I appreciate that question too. I'm actually was asking recruitment just to kind of pull like where our actual folks are applying from to find out some of that information.
Okay.
And it kind of talks to the opportunity to develop internship opportunities as we build. Because when you talk about succession management and how do you bring people to the agency with the skills and knowledge, like the young man who presented earlier today, really appreciated that. I think those are pieces that we need to still continue to build on. And to the point where I would like to recommend to the board is to be able to come in once a year, to be able to kind of provide those updates as we're moving forward and building those in and also the follow-up from our survey as well.
Yeah, you just took the words out of my mouth, because I'm hoping that you can come back regularly and give us updates and kind of see how these trends continue through time. But I just want to also say in solidarity that DEI is coming under the looking glass in quite a few places across this country, and I just want to support you for the work that you're doing. I know that it can be difficult at times, and it can come at a cost. So if there's anything I can do to help you and support you, please let me know.
I appreciate that, Brenda, and I appreciate all of you. And any feedback and thoughts, I'm always open to. Definitely, I think this agency is working, again, really hard. And, it speaks to Kate's leadership, stepping in for 6 weeks right now, and all the great work she's doing, and everybody else in the agency as well. So I just, think that we're moving in a great direction, and I'm excited to see where we go.
Go ahead, Heath.
Jim, a quick comment. Thanks again for all the work that went into the statistics here. For me, the numbers in terms of the outcome are not terribly interesting. There's lots of reasons that a particular workforce may not perfectly replicate a statewide population, for instance. There are cultural things that inform that. There are downstream educational components that inform that. But what's more interesting to me, and I think what is important to me as one who considers himself equity-minded, is to what lengths are we going to make sure we find the right people for each individual job? To me, it becomes problematic when our recruitment efforts may be confined to a slice of the population that is not identifying all of the talent that may be available to us. And so maybe give some thought to next year when we come back and talk about this. Again, I view the numbers as downstream of the strategy, of the objective. And I would like to learn more about the degree to which ODF is deliberately trying to find talent in all the right places. And I genuinely believe that if we do that, we can feel good about our work, no matter what the numbers ultimately?
You know, Heath, I really appreciate that question, and I couldn't agree more, you know, in regards to just being able to report back on that and kind of the broader scope of how you recruit. Definitely would love to have more conversation on that.
Amy, I wanted to just mention that I really appreciated you bringing up retention. So many organizations just focus when they think about DEI on hiring and how do we get those people. And then you bring in people who are members of some sort of, aren't part of the dominant culture and they don't feel very comfortable and they don't stay. And so that sensitivity is just, can't emphasize how happy I am to hear you focusing on that, because that's just often ignored.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Chime in a little bit. Thank you. For those online, State Forester Skinner. I just wanted to add a little bit to your question, Brenda, is when I started with the agency, we had a very robust recruitment process. We went as far as Arizona for our internship program. A lot of folks that have been around for a long time in the agency came through that an opportunity. And so Amy has started the conversation now to look at what does an intern program look like going forward. But also in the past, it was very much we're going to go select foresters. You're going to come do a forestry job in the summer. And Amy's really thinking more about like, how do we get somebody into our accounting, fire, finance that's looking at that kind of job? How do we get somebody into public affairs? Those kind of things. So I think that rethinking not only how we're doing the recruitment, but also what types of jobs are we recruiting for are really going to change things too for us. And so I really appreciate Amy starting those conversations for us. And I think I'll just leave it there, and there'll be more to come back and talk about. Thank you.
Any other questions? We're a little ahead of schedule, so don't be bashful. All right, well, really appreciate it. It's, what can I say, a long time coming. It's been frustrating, I know particularly, I think for all of us. There's not been any ill intention anywhere, but these challenges around the different data sets and the changing systems and all have made it very frustrating for a long time to get any kind of data. And this is good, and this is encouraging. I mean, in small ways. And so.
Well, I do want to also acknowledge DAS. They were very helpful in helping pull some of the data for us. So I do appreciate the board motion last month in order for us to do that. So thank you to you all for that.
Right, great. Is any of this made public?
So you're talking about my next wish list.
I didn't hear you.
I said, you're talking about my next wish list is to have a dashboard so we can have a snapshot of the agency.
Oh, yeah.
But we're not there yet, but we're working on stuff. So there's always opportunities to
Yeah, I mean, there's been an attempt in the press, but to paint the organization as backward and old boys network and all of that. And so I think in the organization's defense, just being able to say here's the reality of where we are for good or bad or whatever, and get that information out publicly certainly has value. Any other thoughts? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We are ahead of schedule, and we were scheduled. Will Derek be able to do the legislative update a little bit early?
Yeah.
You just texted him? Okay. Well, let's take a little bit of a longer break than scheduled and return at 10:05. And with that, we are on break.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are going to reconvene here. All right. Welcome back, everyone. The next item on our agenda is a legislative update. And I think our main presenter will be Derek Wheeler, and I see he is there. Hi, Derek.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Skinner, members of the Board of Forestry. My name is Derek Wheeler. I'm the legislative coordinator. And I thought I'd take a few minutes to walk you through where the legislative session is today and where it's going. And the first thing I'd offer is sort of a sense of what I've seen so far. And the session started in mid-January. And so now we're going into its, 6-7 weeks now. And I would say that it's been pretty slow. Thankfully slow from my opinion, but slow nonetheless. I'd say that the main bills, the real significant stuff, whether it be the Department of Forestry or other agencies, et cetera, are still gaining traction. And I would say right about now is when that traction is hitting. The most bills have to adhere to the first chamber deadline, which is April 9th. So that is quickly approaching. And the urgency of hitting that deadline is really starting to hit now. So I just wanted to preface, just to give a general sense. Now, when I say it's starting slowly, I don't mean to say that there aren't a lot of bills out there. In fact, there's 3,321 bills currently being considered. That is hands down a record for any legislative session. But I do want to point out that typically in a session, only a few hundred bills pass. So a lot of those bills get written and never heard again. But that's just a little backstory. And a major theme of this session, as I've seen it, is funding. Not simply for the Department of Forestry, but for everybody. It seems every morning when I sit down and I read the newspaper, I'm seeing one more funding request. Just recently, there was a tax on tires to fund transportation. There was a transient lodging tax to fund wildlife. And so I say that because a lot of agencies, a lot of groups are going into this session with their hands out, and there's only so much money to be doled out. We just had the revenue forecast come out last week, I believe, and it stated that there was about 350 million extra in revenue than was initially projected. So that's obviously a very good sign. And the legislature uses that as a base point for starting to plan their budgeting. The main revenue forecast in May is the one that actually sets the final number. But having a $350 million surplus that was unexpected is a very good starting point. So there are a number of agencies, groups, et cetera, that are going for funding, and of course, the Department of Forestry is one of them. We've been conducting the wildfire funding work group for well over the past summer, along with our colleagues at the State Fire Marshal, and we've coalesced around the Fire 35 group. And just this morning, the recommendations from that group were first heard. They were supposed to be heard a few weeks ago, but we had snow. Anyway, this morning was the first chance that the legislature officially got to hear the wildfire funding work group's funding proposals. And so I'll just briefly run through where the group is going. And again, there's 35 folks, was to look at a long-term durable funding that would work for everybody. So when the group first looked at these, there was more than 70 proposals, and they ran the gamut. And of course, some funding proposals worked for some groups and didn't work for others. And the guiding principle of that funding group was, well, let's come up with funding proposals that works for everybody. Maybe not makes everybody happy, but at least could be workable for all 35 in the group. And where they landed was the following 6. And I want to preface that while there's 6 recommendations here, the floor goal of what we are trying to achieve in actual revenue raising is 280 million for a biennium. And so we have 6 recommendations in front of me, and I'm not going to go into the figures, but just know that they would raise considerably more than $280 million. because all six won't pass. And that's the reality of this. We wanted to put out 6 recommendations where the legislative assembly itself could choose which direction they want, taking any number of these and not passing others. That's completely up to the legislature. The first one, and you may have read about, is taking one-time use of the kicker funds. So that would allocate the kicker, send that money into what essentially becomes an endowment. So the interest raised off the money from that kicker would fund our wildfire efforts. Next idea is a bottle bill adjustment. Of course, you pay 10 cents for your can of Pepsi, and when you go to recycle it, you get your 10 cents back. The idea there is that we would add maybe 1 more cent, maybe 2 more cents. So you would pay 11 cents for your can of Pepsi and get 10 cents back. That 1 extra cent would go into the fund to raise money for wildfire. Next idea is the insurance retaliatory attacks, and this is tricky for me, and this is actually the first time I've got to explain it behind the microphone, so please give me a wide berth. But in the insurance world, you have companies that are domiciled in the state of Oregon or outside, and to level the playing field in terms of costs of doing business, those companies outside of that are domiciled outside of Oregon pay what's called a retaliatory tax. So that the field is level between those that are the companies that are in Oregon and outside. That tax is paid by those outside insurance companies into the state, and it already exists. That tax is already being collected. The thing is, that tax is not currently earmarked for anything. And so this group looked at taking that tax and earmarking it specifically for our wildfire funding. We see a very clear nexus with insurance spending and the work that this group is tasked with funding. And the insurance companies themselves have put this proposal forward. So it's got some good steam. We've got 2 more. One would take a portion of the ending fund balance. A second would take a portion of the rainy day fund. Both of these are contingent on having funds at the end of the legislative session. One more, and I should say the last idea is a constitutional referral for lottery funds. Currently, we don't have any stake in those lottery funds, but if we sent it to the voters and they chose to accept it, we could generate between 19 and 97 million, depending on how much of the lottery funds that we would be asking. 1% would be 19 million, and 5% would be 97 million. So those are the funding recommendations that came out of that group. But there's more to it. There's also policy shifts that will need to take place. First and foremost is landowner rates being too expensive. And so part of the policy proposal that will come from this is directed specifically for that. You can think of last year's 4133 from Senator Steiner, where landowner assessments were decoupled from any payments, the Salem Pro rate, to try and make it cheaper for our landowners. So an aspect of that will find its way into a bill. So what bill? There are 4 ex officios on the fire funding work group. So Representative Lively, Representative Levy, Senators Gerard, and Senator Golden. Currently, a bill is being crafted to take all of these recommendations and put them into a single form. That bill is still with Legislative Council as we speak. I hesitate to give a time frame on when that will be finished, but we should be seeing it relatively soon. Again, April 9th is our first chamber deadline. So I know I would love to see that bill soon so we can start working on it. But that is coming down the pike. To switch gears back to what else I'm seeing in the building, you've probably read or heard a few things about the wildfire hazard map. I certainly have. I've been living the wildfire hazard map for the past 2 years, and now I'm seeing some significant backlash. So for backstory, the department and OSU created the second version of the maps, and those were finalized here in January. They called for an appeals period that ends on March 10th. That has caused a significant amount of backlash, and I have to be perfectly honest. I hear from all legislators that they are hearing quite a bit of backlash for them. For them, the discussion of the wildfire hazard map has become a distraction to the good work that we're doing for any number of things up to and including the wildfire funding that we are trying to get. So I would say that there is significant momentum in the building to repeal the wildfire hazard map. And I don't say that lightly. This is something that I've worked for 2 years to land, but I would say that that's a pretty valid statement. I couldn't tell you where or what bill this will take the form in, but those are happening as we speak. Again, we are looking at an April 9th deadline, so there is some urgency to that. And I would say that a lot of legislators viewed that appeals deadline of March 10th as sort of a guiding principle so that they could try and get some legislation through before that deadline. It's overly optimistic and it will not occur. However, that was pushing some of the discussion. So I'll transition once again to just some bills that I actually do know the LC numbers, and we can start going through there. The first pot of bills I'd like to discuss are ODF specific bills. So the first one, of course, would be Senate Bill 1051, which transfers the authority to appoint the state forester from the Board of Forestry to the governor, subject to Senate confirmation, and removes the mandate that it be filled by a practical forester. I understand that there was some discussion about that earlier, and we can have some discussion later. I'd like to get through these bills, and then we can, of course, talk about any specifics. The Department of Forestry has 2 bills, agency bills, that are in the session as we speak. The first is House Bill 2817. This eliminates the permit closure on our lands. So in lands that we protect, there are 3 states of being. There's regulated use, there's permitted use, and absolute closure. So during fire season, the lands are open with regulation, or they're permitted open, or they're absolutely closed. What we found is that the permit closure option is something that the department actually never does. And the prospect of having that permit closure creates kind of an issue with us in uniformity of doing business across the state. And quite frankly, in the heat of battle during a wildfire season, we don't have the staff to be digesting permits and going out across the landscape and posting signs. So that's why we've never done permits and why we want to just eliminate that as a potential. So we can just streamline the whole process statewide. That bill passed out of committee unanimously and just yesterday passed the House floor unanimously. So it will be going over to the Senate here shortly. Our second bill for the Department of Forestry is 2819. This is what I call the citation authority. I believe I brought this to the board previously, where if I were to walk up on an illegal burn and see somebody standing there with a gas can in one hand and a lighter in the other, I couldn't, if I was a fire warden, I couldn't write them a citation for their illegal burn because I did not physically see them light that fire. Well, that obviously causes an issue for the amount of citations that we can write for illegal burning. So what 2819 does is grants us the authority to write those citations after doing our due diligence. It is using the same statutes and mechanisms that the Department of Fish and Wildlife would use for poaching an elk when nobody saw the perpetrator pull the trigger, but they can still write that citation. There's 2 other quick bills that are not specifically the Department of Forestry, but I want to bring up. There's Senate Bill 494. This has to do with our business, and it tasks the Department of Administrative Services to conduct a study on the classification of compensation, a study on the classification and compensation for forestry and wildland fire positions. You've probably heard, of course, that we have issues with bringing our seasonal workforce into permanent. And this actually becomes a big bottleneck for us in hiring and staffing out on fires because there's no mechanism, or there's little mechanism for us to recruit folks into the agency and have them create a career out of it. So this staff study is intended to be the first step in that process. Again, just the first step. What would looking at classification and compensation look like so that DAS can begin that? I'll go to House Bill 3103. This bill was just heard on Monday. This has to do with our state forests, and it calls upon the Department of Forestry to create a sustainable harvest calculation. So the crux of the bill is we would go out on our lands and create this calculation to model how much we could cut in any time period. In this case is a 10-year period, and it also creates a mechanism for litigation if we fail to deliver. So just to give a rough and dirty example was if the department through our modeling process says that we will cut 10 trees in any given period, and in that period we actually only cut 9. This bill would call for us to cut 11 trees in the next time period to make up for that arrearage. So that was heard on Monday, and to be perfectly honest, it was a very politically sensitive bill, and we'll see how that moves forward. So I spoke at length about wildfire funding, and I talked about all the different funding options that the Wildfire Funding Group has put out. But there's a number of standalone bills that also exist out there, and I think it's worth pointing some attention to. The first is SJR 11, which is the lottery. So the mechanism that the funding group has to capture lottery funds is captured in SJR 11. And so this would go as a referral to the voters. Senate Bill 1177 is Senator Golden's kicker redirect. It does exactly what the funding group had said, but it's a standalone bill. SJR 34 creates a fund to be expended for wildfire prevention, suppression, and management. Ostensibly, this is to house the money created through the kicker. So that would also be a referral. There's Senate Bill 1132. This is Senator Gerard's retaliatory tax redirect. I spoke about what that retaliatory tax actually is. Hopefully I did it justice. But Senate Bill 1132 would do that as a standalone. And then the two others that really play into this discussion and that I feel is worth having is, of course, our harvest tax, which this year is House Bill 2072. Most of, well, actually all of the wildfire funding work group's recommendations are based on our harvest tax continuing. Of course, you'll remember that every 2 years we go to the legislature and we adjust what that harvest tax is. It depends on the needs of the agencies that get paid through that and quite frankly, how much the projected cut will have. So you have to adjust those numbers. So the harvest tax is going through, but there's another proposal that Senator Golden has put out for a severance tax. This is 3489. So these are two dueling funding mechanisms there. And quite frankly, when we're talking about funding of our wildfire funding efforts, these two will play quite heavily and will inherently mix up in this whole discussion. So with that, I'll just move on to just a couple other bills that I'm definitely keeping my eyes on. Again, there's 3,321. I can only try and keep my eyes on the ones that are rising to the top. So one worth mentioning is House Bill 3349. If you'll please excuse me. $3349 has to do with rangeland fire protection associations. As we saw this past summer, the RFPAs do a lot of work out in Eastern Oregon to protect their own lands from fire. And that fire regime is gaining. So the basics of what the RFPAs do is they get assistance from the Department of Forestry, but at the end of the day, they're a very self-sufficient group. And they put out the fires on their own lands. What 3349 does is it makes it easier for the Department of Forestry to give equipment like trucks, hats, Pulaskis. Used equipment from us could then go to the RFPAs for their use. The second part of the bill is to create a fund so that it could be populated with money for their use. One of the big challenges that RFPAs saw this past fire season was simply the expense of gas in using their trucks and fire equipment of vehicles to put out those fires, and it gets very expensive. So 3349 is Representative Owen's attempt to ameliorate those, and I expect that to go to a hearing, I think, at the end of this month. Another one for consideration is Senate Bill 179. This has to do with landowner immunity. This whole concept is something I've been following for a few years. You might recall like last year, the year before, I had mentioned that a lawsuit where somebody was walking through a county park and slipped on a bridge. The lawsuit went through because it was argued that that person was not recreating at the time. She was simply going, she had been recreating, but at that moment was going back to her car and thus had stopped, quote unquote, recreating. That creates a problem for our immunity laws. So last year, it was codified. They put in a temporary bill that that limits the liability for past trails, et cetera, on public lands for recreational purposes. It limits the liability. Certainly, this would this is something our state forests are looking for because a lot of people go into our state forests and use those trails and facilities. So Senate Bill 179 codifies the previous law and makes it permanent. And that had a work session on Monday and passed through that. And one more bill I think is worth talking about, and quite frankly, it's very new, is House Bill 3666. This requires a public utility to apply for wildfire safety certification. You might have read a few stories about it here. Essentially, your public utilities would set up their certification plans, and the discussion around that right now falls heavily on what sort of liability protections that might give those utilities. That remains to be seen, and quite frankly, the bill is so new, there's been very little discussion about it so far outside of the news. But it's something that we're very much tracking as it relates to wildfire. And I guess the last thing for this group to really keep their eyes on is Senate Bill 5521. That's our budget. We are going in front of the Ways and Means Committee on Monday and Tuesday, and we will be talking to our governor's recommended budget in the Natural Resources Sub. I failed to mention earlier that we are also with the Wildfire Funding Group. We spoke to Natural Resources Sub this morning. We have one more bite at that apple in front of the Natural Resources Sub tomorrow, and that's our last hurrah for the Wildfire Funding Group, and then it officially becomes a legislative priority. And with that, I will turn it over for questions.
Who's ready to jump in? I've got a question, if no one else. Given what's happening with the fire maps, are you aware of any discussions around alternative ways to, is anybody talking about alternative ways to sort of achieve some of the goals that would be achieved by those maps if it just is thrown out as it is?
Yeah. Yeah, Chair, that's been asked a few times. I recall that one of Senator Golden's first thoughts when he was approaching this map was to detach regulation from the maps itself. So what he initially had thought was to take the tax lot level out of the map. Of course, you need tax lot levels if you're going to regulate because that's how you know who to regulate. That discussion has sort of fizzled out, to be perfectly honest. And the discussion around full repeal has grown louder. With that, there's now a void. Well, we still want that work done on that landscape. How can we do some of this work without a map? And so that discussion is gaining. And the fact of the matter from our perspective is we would have to rely on the qualitative wildfire risk assessment that, quite frankly, is the basis for the map. This is a federally produced map that we had been using prior to 762 to identify areas that we could be focusing on, and without the hazard map, we would have to rely on that as well. In terms of defensible space and building codes, because those are two other outstanding things tied to the map. The current direction that I'm hearing is that you would still have a codification of defensible space and a codification of building codes, but it wouldn't be regulatory and it wouldn't be statewide. Well, it would actually be statewide, the codes themselves, but they wouldn't be regulatory. And so if we can keep those codes on the books, then cities, primarily cities, can locally adopt defensible space codes, can locally adopt increased building codes. And so that's the discussion now, is to keep those actually a viable option for localities to choose to use.
Go ahead, Heath and Brenda.
Okay. Knowing that we've got plenty of time, I would just make a remark. You know, those wildfire maps, I've kind of squinted at what we're doing there too. But just as a comment, I never had a vacation home or, my family never has been exposed to those communities very much. But we just a few weeks ago, my family had the privilege for the first time of staying at Black Butte. And I have to say, I was absolutely stunned. That whole place is gonna burn down. Like all those trees, it's the opposite of defensible space. I mean, they have trees like all around that, and all of those rich people who live there should know better. And that's the community who should be totally hip to this. And so I think that work is so important, and I appreciate that it's going to come at some cost to some folks, but holy smokes, we're going to lose a lot of homes and a lot of potentially lives there. And I pray it doesn't happen, but ODF's not going to be able to stop that, and we're all going to be looking backwards, going, why didn't we do something? I just looked at that as a catastrophe waiting to happen.
If I could just quickly mention, so a lot of the rhetoric that over the past 2 weeks was repeal 762. And this committee knows that 762 did quite a bit more than just create the maps. And so one of the main things that I had to get around in the building was to explain exactly what 762 did. Prescribed fire, defensible space, smoke, the list goes on. And so I had to change the narrative of you can't get rid of 762 because it did those defensible spaces, and it did so much good work out on that landscape. If you don't like the map, that's one thing, but don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And we're there. However, we still need to build out those programs, your defensible space and your wildfire risk reductions, our work with the federal agencies, that still very much needs to happen, no doubt.
Brenda.
Yeah, first a comment and then a question. So my comment is, thank you, Heath. I agree completely. Question for you, Derek. If the board were to come up with a statement regarding one of the bills, would that make any difference to the legislators?
Yeah, I would. I hadn't really thought about that. It would certainly be powerful testimony, I would say. I could only, that's about all I could say. Yeah.
So there's a pretty good conversation earlier today regarding SB 1051. I don't think there's any need to go back through all that again, but I'd encourage you to review the recording of it from earlier today. And we don't all agree on supporting that bill. Parts of it maybe we do, parts of it we probably don't. But I think there's good ideas, good thoughts from all sides represented by this board that I would hope the legislators would pay some attention to.
It would certainly draw water, that's for sure.
I wanted to pile on a little bit on what Heath was talking about Black Butte, and I think of the neighborhood Aubrey Butte in Bend, and this is a neighborhood that is not really all that close to any real forest. And of course, Deschutes County's done tremendous work working with the Forest Service and all on a lot, to eliminate a lot of the problems in the forest lands around Bend. But that neighborhood, and when you're actually in that neighborhood, which has a lot of nice homes and 1 acre properties, and everybody I think mostly for privacy purposes, they just have these perfect fire ladders with these big trees and all kinds of little trees, and they're just all ready to explode. And I don't know that that's really a fire map issue, but it is fire wise. I mean, there's just such huge work that needs to happen there, and so little public awareness of how that neighborhood is ready to explode. And I think even a lot of the city councilors and people don't really get what they've got there. I mean, they've all focused, like I said, around trying to deal with all of the areas outside the city and not realizing that they got a whole neighborhood and neighborhoods that are ready to blow up. Who else? Go ahead, Liz.
Liz Agpowa, board member. Derek, thanks for your presentation. I always look forward to just how well you and clearly you summarize that. So I'm just kind of don't have one thing, just trying to figure out with maybe the pushback on the wildfire hazard map, what is still viable within it. And I just keep on thinking what you said is that, or someone said that Oregon is the #2 state in the nation as far as progress on Firewise. And you also said that the basis for a lot of the information has a federal footprint and is still available. And I know that from land fire to a number of other modelings, it continues to evolve and grow and get really more specific on even, treatments. I was on a call with land fire last week, and the featured speaker was from Bend. And they were, doing an outreach on saying, where are all these treatments? So I know that there's good minds thinking about it, but even if we cannot go forward with the map, it just seems that there's so many important and reliable things that y'all, OSU has come up with already that can contribute to getting the information at the right place at the right time to the right people. So just a wandering thought of that.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the fantastic work that Oregon State did in delivering that map. They were fantastic to work with.
And
Ben Dornling for the record. Derek, thank you so much for this. And I've taken copious notes here, and you've given a really great presentation. A couple different questions, but firstly on HB 3103, I think that's the state forests bill. I haven't looked at it closely. Is there accommodations for things changing in that bill? I'm just thinking about, as a forest manager, having harvest levels mandated seem challenging. And let's say there was a fire. Let's say there was Swiss needlecast got a whole lot worse all of a sudden. Does that bill take into account landscape changes?
Yeah, it specifically points that out, and my apologies for not pointing it out myself. But yes, fire, disease, and I believe there's one other, are specifically enumerated in the bill. So we could take account for that.
So, but it has to fall within something that has been specifically enumerated in the bill, not the best judgment of the foresters who are managing that.
I guess I guess the proponents would argue that the modeling would be using the best judgment of the forester. But yes, again, back to my example where we cut 10 trees. If 2 of those burned down, the bill would say we could call that good. Those trees were lost and to no fault of ours.
And it's done on a 10-year cycle?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. My other question is just a little one, but in 5521 in the ODF budget, I have to ask always, there's the State Forester's Office building that has been an ask off and on over the years. Does that get any mention in any of our current budget?
Yes, that's included in one of our POPs.
Got it.
It's a nice building.
Was that?
It's a nice building.
It is a very nice building. That's all for now. Thank you.
Joseph?
Eric, I just have another question about the state forest bill in respect to modeling. How does it direct? Obviously, you talked about hitting minimum, your 10 trees example or whatever. But does it specify a type of modeling or a type of strategy? Or, how are they, or is it leaving it up to the department?
That, if I'm recalling correctly, leaves that up to the department. We would manage those lands to GPV, and the modeling itself would come down to us.
So it's really just a poison pill of sorts if you're not hitting targets, or is that the objective?
The department remains neutral on the bill, so I would probably fail to comment on that.
No other questions? Go ahead, Ben.
Just a follow-up, I took a bunch of notes, and I know this is constantly changing. And maybe this is more of a question to Kate about Derek's capacity, but I think I would appreciate, and I'm guessing some of our other board members would as well, maybe getting some updates as we go along on some regular basis of the update you just gave us was fantastic, but is that something that could be emailed to the board as a report? Just so that we can keep tracking these, because many of these are very important and have a real nexus to the work we do. And I don't necessarily want to wait till April, till our next meeting to really get another update. And I could probably reach out to you directly, but I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for the board to be kept up to date as things progress and change.
Thanks, Ben, for the question. Actually, our employees have asked for the same question. So we do have an internal weekly report that Derek does this, trying to track all this. And so we've been talking about how do we make that something that we can share. I think we have a little cleanup work to do on it as we're trying to track and identify what are the issues with the bills or what are the things, the touch points we need to make. So I think that we can get you something of what we're doing. We'll have to work on that this week.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, and for clarification, the product I generated is called the horse race. At least that's what I call it, because this is a moving thing. You know, some horses are in the lead and then they fall back, and that you just need to track it as it goes.
Mhm. Okay, thank you, Derek. I think we're finished with that. We're ahead of time, and our next item on our agenda is the Board Governance Committee update. And if you're ready, Brenda, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, sure. Eleni, can we have the text put back up for the two blurbs? Yeah, thank you. We started this at the last board meeting. It was suspended after a little excitement between Bob Van Dyke and Jim Kelly, and probably best to start it all over again. But I think we were discussing the the verbiage that we came up with here, and I'll let you read it. There's no point in me reading it all. But the idea is that for people who are below a certain income level, they can be reimbursed for their time. And the target amount of time, hourly amount of time, is 1 hour. They would be reimbursed for their time if they put in more than an hour of work on the board, only if they met that income level. And then the corresponding reimbursement one applies to any of us, regardless of income level, who spend more than an hour of time and certain expenses that we would be reimbursed. And of course, all of that is pending approval by the state forester and or the board chair. So it just would be an addition to the board policy manual to make that very clear for all of us and any new board members that come in. So I think we'll focus on this now, and then we'll move to edits that Liz had on the board policy manual writ large to make sure that we all hear her thoughts, which I personally think are excellent. First of all, comments on this.
Just wanted to clarify process here. Today's intention here is to discuss this, and then to make these changes, we would actually have a vote in I believe, our next meeting. So just so everybody understands that. So this is just discussion only.
Yep. Thanks, Jim. Ben.
Ben Doimling. Thank you, Brenda and committee for working on this. And I think it's a great improvement and it's really important to have. The one change I would suggest in what I'm reading here in both of these paragraphs is the part where it says the board chair or state forester authorizes a board member to represent the board at an event. The represent the board at an event is fairly narrow language. It is a small subset of the work that we do on the board. And I'm wondering if that could be removed, that the board chair or the state forester authorizes a board member to do whatever it is that they might want to do. It puts more discretion at the part of the chair or the state forester, but it also opens the door to any number of other activities outside of a board meeting that we might engage in.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, makes sense to me too. Any comments?
As long as it does make sense to you, Jim, I think the challenge we ran into before that you had discussed was, the impression that somebody is representing at an event, and maybe, the challenge is that this shifts what might be a political decision to the board chair for a broad variety of requests. And so you and the state forester, your role will be a little, you might get kind of caught up in some politics there if you say no. And if you stick with the policy as written, it's a little cleaner. It doesn't preclude them from going, but it kind of saves you from having to make sticky calls. And so I get it. Like I can't say I'm like exercised about retaining this language, but I can just see some real utility. To the point we made earlier about the state forester and having them like rolling through hot and political issues and not being able to hold on to them. Like this is one here where if you leave it too broad and leave it in the discretion of the board chair, then that seat becomes inevitably a little more political too. I'll leave it to you guys. I'll go with the group, but I'd keep it.
Your point's well taken. My only comment would be, I don't think this is going to come up very often. So, it likely will, but I don't think it's going to.
Yeah. So just to move back to Ben for a second, Jim. So what word would you propose replacing event with activity?
If I understood you correct, Ben, you would remove the represent the board. You would just say authorize the board member to attend.
Yeah.
And even if it's, I think event, I would remove event also and maybe stick with activity. Because for instance, regularly I'm invited by various landowners to come look at their property, where often there are really good examples of forest practices on the grounds and how they sometimes aren't working great. And I find those really educational and really helpful to go see how the work we do plays out in practice on the landscape. I'm not representing the board. It's not an event, but it is very valuable and I think should be accommodated because I think it helps, I'll speak personally, it helps me as a board member understand these rules. And I manage forest land of my own, but the forests that we manage are only, a lot of the rules don't apply to our forest because this is a big, broad state and there's lots going on. And so that would be an example. And I could, in that case, I go to Jim or Kate and say, hey, I'm going to go out to this landowner because they have a stream with some interesting stuff that's going on where the rules are in practice here. It's up to Jim to say whether that's valid or not, but it seems on the face of it to pass muster.
So, Eleni, would you please be able to record that change in language that Ben is proposing so that thank you.
That same change could be made in both 12 and 13, I think.
Absolutely.
And in truth, in part, the reason I'm ambivalent about this is the given the politics in Oregon, the odds of me becoming the chairman of this board are very low.
Oh. On this, I brought this issue up before, and, I think being in this position, I've learned, as we deal with the press, to think very defensively and think about what's right and what's wrong and how things could be, end up embarrassing the board and the department and the press. And that's the issue of this payment for 1 hour's worth of work. And to somebody who's, to a reporter, they can make that look bad. I can't remember what the dollar figure is, but if it's an hourly pay, it sounds pretty bad. So I would be a no vote on this unless it was 2 hours.
I understand that perspective. I'll be honest, I am someone who meets the income threshold and I apply for this regularly, and it is helpful, the reimbursements that I get from the state of Oregon. Many of my obligations as a board member, and this is when it comes to obligations, are 1 hour time blocks. And switching from 1 hour to 2 hour would cut my eligible reimbursements in half. And I agree with you, Jim, that on the face of it, $167, I think it is, for 1 hour, if you think of it as an hourly rate, yeah, that doesn't really sound great, but that is spread out over months. It's a meeting here, it's a meeting there. It doesn't add up to all that much. And I would gladly talk to any reporter about what it means to me and defend that.
Thank you, Ben.
What you're saying, I'll still be a no vote.
I appreciate both of you expressing your views on this. My view is more aligned with Ben, is that if we expect to get people on this board representing a wide variety of backgrounds and with a wide variety of perspectives, some are going to and should be ones that fall below this salary level and income level. And so if we're going to convince people to serve on this board, as much fun as it is, I think we need to make sure that we're covering their time.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. We're talking about a well-intentioned thing here.
Yeah, understood.
It's just an issue of balance and where you draw the line. And for me, I feel like I have to draw the line there.
Yeah, thank you. Any other discussion on these two paragraphs?
Yeah, I had made a comment at the last meeting about, giving people the ability to, that comment may have actually fixed what I had raised before. That is to say, the ability to do things where they weren't necessarily representing the board, and seek reimbursement for it. I guess if the board chair is reviewing that, I think that probably works. That's actually probably pretty elegant.
It does. Anything else? Okay, well, I will work with Eleni and Heath and Liz to make a final version of these paragraphs that we can bring back at the next board meeting and hopefully finalize this. Liz, do you want to take it from here?
So our governance committee, Brenda, Heath, and I, when we met this fall, I also took a shot at part 3, board structures and processes, and made some suggestions. And in mind, it's about, when I looked at this, it's like we all have rotating roles here. All our board members will eventually roll out and new ones will come in. So it was sort of that longer term look at that. So the first piece that I took a look at was under the governing style. And I had a recommendation, and you might, some of us on the board, all of us should probably recognize, because I took some of these statements right out of our required DEI lessons and thought that actually they were pretty good. So on 3.1, I suggested adding the paragraph, demonstrate empathy and emotional intelligence and understanding and responding to colleagues and staff as sort of an umbrella, just to say this is how we want to treat each other in our governing style. So Brenda, I'm just gonna run through all of these and we can comment them at the end. So I suggested adding that. And then under 3.11, it exists as enforce upon itself and its members whatever discipline is needed to govern, with excellence and respect. So, as board members, we all come from responsible backgrounds. We're all leaders in our own rights. And I just thought it really wasn't necessary to have that sort of really heavy discipline enforce upon itself and its members what other discipline is needed to go, and basically just simply leave govern with excellent and respect as an aspiration. So that was a change there. And then I wanted to add, because it is, we do have different opinions and perspectives, I wanted to add, address conflict and disagreements in a constructive and solution-based manner, just as another aspiration. So let's move on down, Eleni, to the chair's role. And again, it's sort of about, when we all roll off and come in, what is it that we would like to aspire to? So on the chair's role, it exists as the chair manages the board. And for some reason, that really struck me as, am I managed? Do I need to be managed? And so I suggested that we change, the chair manages the work of the board and board relationships. And I think we had some other thought about, do we want to say, manages the work of the board and the success of the board relationship. So there's some things there that we can maybe talk about. But that was something that just was me. I said, I don't think that I need to necessarily be managed. So the next piece, going down to the vice chair, as the chair appoints a vice chair who will serve in the absence of the chair. And you're going to see a couple of these process suggestions to y'all in the rest of part 3. And I think just in my experience, in the day-to-day, in the need to appoint, assign roles and things, as a leader, you believe you have the best interest and know your pool of candidates as well as you can. But in my career, it was always important to ask the question, are there people interested? Is there something going on in your, in your life that you want to know about or do more things and, or just have a different desire about it? So my suggestion was the chair will appoint a vice chair in consultation with the board prior to appointment, because you never know who might be interested. And so that's a suggestion that I have, and it just gives an opportunity for people to weigh in, and you may not have anything, but you may. So that's what I had there. And then another suggestion was just, perhaps you want to rotate the vice chair on some routine basis to give everyone an opportunity to see what that involves in the seat and see, what the big responsibilities are, and maybe have some compassion for your chair and your vice chair in that whole role. Okay, so let's go down to the meetings. In 3.6.3, the chair will work with the state forester and the board committees chairs in developing the agenda. And my suggestion is that we broaden that we maybe, and start with the board retreat, take a look at agenda building and share that among the entire board, not just the chair and vice chair, but the broader board, and see what we come up with. And I think that was a piece when we worked with Clark, that he actually suggested that. And then a thought that I have in our retreat agenda, because I always thought the retreat agenda was supposed to actually dig a bit deeper into leadership and governance, is that maybe we can have a retreat focus on leadership skills and team dynamics. You know, we had a time with Donna Silverberg for a little bit, and maybe that might be a place to create that. So again, going down to 3.10, Eleni, this again is sort of a repeat. I got assigned to the OWEB board, and it says the chair will appoint specific board members in consultation with the board prior to appointment, is what I suggest again. There might have been someone else who wanted to be on the OWEB board. It's a really great learning experience, and I'm took that over from Brenda, and I'm very much enjoying it. So that is another suggestion. And then just to add on the code of conduct, wanted to add, and this is something we saw in our training, be open to change and adapt to evolving work conditions and requirements. Because we are, there's a lot of evolving pieces to what we work, a lot of things that come before us. And it's just, you know, the work that we do for forest and landscapes and watersheds, there's an adaptive piece of that, so why wouldn't we do that too? And I think the final one, excuse me, is that we had a piece in there that once a decision is made, that we all speak with one voice. And so once a decision is made, all board members will respect the decision and move forward. And I thought about that one, and there's 7 of us, and what is one voice? And who will decide what that one voice is? And then if we did decide on that one voice, and we said we had to, you know, use that template, it just sounded a little insincere, but we do know how to move forward with respect. We do know what that means. So I just would suggest that we delete one voice. And that's all I have. End of report.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to take a moment to thank Liz for all this work. It's plain to me that you have overseen large organizations and managed the culture of large organizations, and I just thought all of this was really excellent. I would also highlight that final revision, I think is important, and it may be a little self-serving. You know, as people know, I've been disappointed with, a vote that the board took on the State Forest HCP. I am entirely willing to respect that decision and move forward. I think, though, that I will express my disappointment there, and I think it would be unfair to ask me not to. That is to say, and you may not, and so I think that's a really fair position. So I just thought all of this was a lot of hard work by somebody who's for whom this is not their first rodeo. So thank you.
I've made a lot of mistakes, probably all of these.
So I would repeat, thank you, Liz. It has represented a lot of work and thought, and that's great. And I agree with most of the suggested changes, and I strongly disagree with a few of them. So I would like to be able to go back through one by one and have myself and others be able to comment on a one by one basis. So if we could go back to the start here of your suggested changes. So the first one is just adding the suggested demonstrate empathy and emotional intelligence and understanding responding to colleagues and staff. I don't have a problem. Does anybody have? Oh, okay. Can we go to the next one? I think the enforced upon itself and its members, whatever discipline is needed, would be great for a gang, street gang. But I would agree that we could get rid of that language. All right. Any other comments on that? We okay? And let's see, I think that's a perfectly appropriate change. Chair manages the work of the board and board relationships. Here's where I started getting into my objection. The chair will appoint a vice chair in consultation with the board prior to appointment. How is that consultation supposed to happen? I can't do serial communication and do that privately one by one. So you're talking about in consultation with the rest of the board in a public meeting. It becomes a popularity contest. I really strongly suggest that we not have a formal in consultation with the board.
Can I test you?
It also just makes a lot of process over what shouldn't be that big a deal. I mean, basically, for the most part, the vice chair is just running the meeting when the chair can't be there. So let's not make a big deal out of this.
Yeah. I mean, one question, I mean, I guess a question for Brenda. I mean, really the role of the vice chair is to, in the event, in the meeting itself, that's really the only role of the vice chair aside, right? So it's really running a meeting in the case of Jim not being, in the case of the chair not being present. It's not, right?
Oh, I agree with Liz on this. Whether it's problematic to consult with every board member on whether you want to appoint somebody, I think that's too bad. I think every board member needs to have a voice in these appointments. When you asked me if I would do it, I said, yeah, I wasn't really thinking through it very clearly. And it wouldn't surprise me that some of the board members went, oh my God, you're not doing that. So I
really want to have a public meeting discussion about who could be.
Test your premise on that. I think you can be the hub in a spoked wheel. You can make phone calls to these people. You just can't relate what they communicated. That is to say, you can't conduct serial communications. And so your outreach to board members, I think, is totally appropriate. And frankly, I hope you do it. Here, I think it's a separate question about whether or not you have the time and bandwidth to do that. This still leaves it in your decision, ultimately. And I don't think any of us will know the degree to which you have conducted that outreach. That is, because that would be serial communication. So I think that it's a good faith change that you would reach out to people and take their temperature when making that appointment.
As long as you all would understand that would not be public and you wouldn't really know whether I was doing it or not, but I'm okay with the language in that case.
And to me, it was a matter of being heard and that there might be something that comes up that because everyone is so busy that you may not have been aware of an interest. So that's kind of why I added it.
And I'll know if you called me, right? And that will be true for each of us.
Just to follow on this, honestly, I think this is instantiating what you already do. I mean, I think you are open. You are willing to engage. Well, I'll speak personally. I can come to you with any challenge or issue around the board and you'll listen. And I get the impression that you take it to heart. And so the way I read this really is an acknowledgement of your openness to feedback. And I don't know that it should be more than that. I don't know that it's asking to be more than that.
Oh, thanks, Ben. However, we're not talking about Jim.
Exactly.
We're talking about a board chair. And that could be somebody completely different and has been somebody different in the past where personally, I think this change would have been quite helpful.
Right.
So in that case, I completely support this language in that it's instantiating something that exists, that works well now.
Let's go on, because I think there were some similar ones, and so as long as we're all understanding, then maybe we have consensus on everything, but let's continue to just do the individual.
Same for committee chairs.
We're bouncing around. Where are we?
It's a suggestion about how we conduct and build an agenda around board retreats. In consultation with board members.
I mean, I don't have a real problem. I think I'm hoping that that's what already happens.
It is and it isn't.
I'm interested in input if feelings that that's not.
One comment I have on this one, and we don't have specific language proposed here. This is just kind of a suggestion. If I recall correctly, in the board policy manual, there is actually supposed to be an attachment for agenda development. We don't have that presently. And it may be that that's the place that that's managed and that that's on our work plan as a committee for the coming year. I do think that there's a conversation to have there about how that agenda comes together, acknowledging the role of the chair in, bringing all that together and making a final call. I think that there's some process work we can do there, and it merits a longer conversation.
There's actually a long list of things that the governance committee is supposed to have done already. And so I'm going to ask Arlene at the end of this discussion, if you wouldn't mind pulling up that list at the end of the BPM. Thank you.
Okay.
And this is the same about just appointments, like an example is my appointment to the OWEB board.
Yeah, well, we're again, just talking about trusting that the chair will be doing that. Fine. Oh, it's not public, yeah.
This was under the code of contact, and just suggest be open and adapted, I get that right, to evolving word conditions and requirements.
Why would we want to be open to change and adapt? I'm being facetious, just, it's okay. It's fine.
And this last one we've talked a little bit about is respect the decision and move forward and delete the one voice.
Yeah, I certainly strongly agree with everybody on that one.
Agree? Or
Agree,
agree.
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, delete, speaking with one voice.
Are there any others? That's it. Great, thank you. So it sounds like, Jim, you're okay with.
I'm okay. As long
After
as we
going
all
through
have
this,
an understanding.
I think we're good. Thank you for that. Eleni, could you pull up the end of the board policy manual where it says all the things that we were to have done by now? So since you appointed me as chair of this, I now have the question for you and the rest of the board about what are we supposed to do with this list? Because it's rather intimidating. We're not going to get to all of, strategic plan. Yeah, we've got that one taken care of. New board member orientation package. I have no idea what that is or where it is.
I can address that along with Eleni, because we have a new board member that we will try this out. So when Bob and he started, there was a orientation packet, and we've made improvements to that. So you'll benefit from those previous efforts, and Eleni is in charge of dealing with that and owns that, and we're working through the process.
So is there a document or something that kind of lays all that? Lainey has that. Okay, good.
Yeah. Eleni Collins, Board Administrator. I just wanted to share that for the orientation packet, we did revise it a lot. And my hope is that this is a big, huge improvement from that, but that ultimately it goes to the governance committee so that you see something that is complete, that you can modify, and not necessarily that you have to take on the onus of building something from scratch.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Um,
You know, I that would be great to come to us as one who went through it just recently with the old binder. There were kind of like there was like a lot of materials thrown at me, and I would say, and I shouldn't say that disparagingly, like I received a lot of materials. And there are a lot of materials to review. I think what might be most important for no members is not just here's a big binder, but like the process for coaching the person through the big binder. Sometimes you're so new to materials, it's hard to extract from them what you should really be paying attention to. And I know it will require staff time or would require staff time, but maybe you could even leave it on the board some. But like having an opportunity for frankly, some hand holding through that onboarding process, I think would be really worthwhile. And as a governance committee, I think it would be neat for us to actually have some visibility on your strategy about how you intend to do that. I think in part because Bob and I were serving out the short remainder of two individuals' terms, and I think everybody was squinting at whether or not, you know, either of us would stick around. I think it may have been a little cursory, but I remember coming away from that thinking this could have been done better.
Jim?
I'm just going to comment on this. I just want to make sure we're clear on who's responsible and who's providing oversight.
Yeah.
It seems to me that your committee provide oversight, but it's really staff's job to, for whatever documentation of what processes will happen in terms of orientation for new members.
Mhm.
Should not be a group of volunteers' responsibility. Yours should just be oversight to say we approve this, and
That's really helpful.
okay.
Is that the same thing, same case with every one of these tasks?
What's that?
Does that apply to every one of these
I think
tasks?
it applies to probably all of those.
Oh, good.
Maybe.
I mean, maybe I'm
Agenda
just
setting?
thinking,
Yeah, C is a hard one.
but yeah, I don't think you guys should be doing this in committee from scratch.
So I think it would be helpful if, maybe not now to bore all the folks that are here, but if you, Jim, sat down with the three of us and we went through this list and decided which ones take precedence
Mhm.
and what our role is for each of them, it would be really helpful because I'm lost.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a couple of them, and I'm thinking the board conflict of interest policy and procedures and the board member annual affirmation. Aren't those kind of things that the state has established for us already?
I don't know.
Well, we just need to get clarity on that, but I don't think we have to invent something there.
Ben?
I agree with what's said here, and I guess I have two thoughts. One, I think it's important to put these in a hierarchy of importance, and I would put C and E, agenda development and conflict of interest policy towards the top. I think both of those, we have a lot of the pieces, but I think it falls to you and your committee to put those pieces together, just like you did with what we have been working on today. But I guess I would also just put this in the larger context of this board operated for over 100 years without any of these. And we are making huge progress. And it's going to take a while still to get all of these done. That's okay. One at a time. I think that's okay if it takes a while. And perhaps this is an opportunity to bring Clark back in for a session or two to help with some of these. I'm sure he could help greatly with this. Maybe not. But or someone like Clark to help craft some of these ones. But step by step, we're making really good progress.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. And you know, we aren't the first ones inventing the wheel here. So a lot of these things are ones that we can tap into other work being done. And it might take more than 2 years to get this all done. I'm just saying.
You know, and I'll just make the comment that you look at this and the item that's really, you know, the stickiest, most difficult and most important one is board agenda development by far.
Yeah. Why don't we start there?
I think when we talked about.
Lexi.
Oh, sorry.
Just have a comment on the new board member orientation. I'm wondering, is there like feedback processes in there, like for someone who's just going through the orientation? Just wondering like how we can improve that process and if there are any feedback processes built into that.
When we were new members, we gave feedback because we got no orientation.
Oh, so this is new itself, just having.
But it's within the last couple of years,
Okay.
yeah, that we've really paid attention to there being an orientation process, and that was in reaction to the fact that there really was essentially none before that.
So Alexi, it's an excellent question. I've sensed that nobody around the table has been shy about giving feedback, so I think it's pretty much a given. But I would say give feedback to Jim or me or the governance board, Liz and Heath, but also Eleni. And maybe directly to Eleni. And Eleni, if you get feedback, just share it with us and then we can.
Yes, Alexi, and I'll share this with the rest of the board. At the first page of the board orientation package, it does list 3 contacts there for feedback regarding the orientation experience. The board chair is listed, the governance committee chair is listed, and then myself as well. So I would say those are your best outlets for feedback on the process.
Excellent, thank you. So this has been helpful. Yeah, thank you. Any other comments, questions, work assignments?
Can't wait to tell my boss that our company's been around for 80 years, so don't worry about it. We don't need that right away.
Oh.
All right, Jim, I think it's back to you.
Any further discussion on this topic? I'm gonna, since we are ahead of schedule, I have a couple of questions. Eleni, and you can probably answer, will they, if we were to go to lunch early, is food available?
Food will be here at 11:45, so we're ahead of schedule.
So won't quite be ready. And I guess I'll offer one opportunity, which is we don't want to sit around waiting for food. We usually have our time at the end of the meeting for just general discussion and comments, and we can still do that, but is there anything anybody wants to bring up and take advantage of this bit of time we've got right now? And Eleni, the other question is going to be if we are going to lunch a little bit early, will we be able to push up the next item on the agenda, the briefing on tether logging, to say 12:45?
Likely, yes, as they were invited as lunch guests, so they should already be here and able to jump in, but I'll confirm that with you.
Great. Yeah, Ben.
Well, since we've got time and you asked for more conversation, something that I find would be helpful, and I don't know if right now is the time, but thinking about having Heath and Bob join the board a little while ago and Alexi joining the board today, and now that I have just been reappointed and thinking about my next 4 years, each of us comes to this table, to this board with a background, a set of topics that are most near and dear to us. And I think it would be helpful and constructive for there to be space for each of us to sort of share with the rest of the boards what we're energized about. Why, and I think we had a 30-second version of that this morning. But maybe we could turn it into a 5-minute version or something at some point of what are our topics that animate us, that we're here and we're interested in pursuing over our terms. And I think that would probably be helpful for Alexi to sort of get to know us more, and maybe even helpful for you, Jim, because I know you reach out to us of, hey, we got some time, what's some agenda topics? And you get those on one-on-one, but I think for each of us to have some time to sort of share, this is what I'd like to see the board working on in the next year or two. I'd love to find space for that at some point.
Well, wonderful. I think, in terms of the outreach that we did recently on board topics, and there's been conversations going back and forth, primarily between Kate and I on some of those, and like the topic that you brought up around the lost forest land, and we were learning that really ODF doesn't track that, and which is why you have felt stonewalled, and so we're in the process, if I'm speaking incorrectly, correct me, of trying to see if LCD does track it and whether we could get a presentation from them. But yeah, we have this time, and it seems like you volunteered to spend 5 minutes talking about your priorities. So if you're willing, go for it. And we can do this until 11:45 and pick up afterwards too.
Great. Let me see if I can get my thoughts straight here. Yeah, I mean, so when I got on the board, I had a couple pet topics, and one of them was land conversion, and the fact that we are losing significant acres of forest each year in Oregon, and thousands of acres. And I only know that anecdotally from seeing those land conversion projects happening in my neighborhood in the Willamette Valley, and can only imagine that it's happening other places as well. And it's a topic that flies under everybody's radar. It is a loophole in our land use laws. It is a topic that isn't really tracked very well. And I've sort of taken some stock of my own tenure on the board and realized that I'm 4 years in and we haven't really taken that up. And am re-energized to have that as a topic of discussion, because loss of forest land is referred to a lot in our conversations, but the practicality of what that means isn't really talked about. That's one agenda item that really animates me and I care deeply about. Another one is the diversification of our forests and forest industry. And it's what I've done in my professional life. My whole professional life is finding ways to diversify and the way we work with our wood products and the way we manage our forests. And so diversification of the forest land base and the ability to utilize those forest resources is near and dear to my heart. And again, something that I think is very important for the future of our state and our forests. And so yeah, I'm sure I've got more to say, but those are sort of two topics that really animate me, and I come to the boards with interest in engaging on more deeply.
Thank you. Another volunteer? Brenda.
Thanks for kicking this off. I'm sitting here pondering what I should say or probably keep my mouth shut about. So, I mean, what's been on my mind for 6 years, and it really hasn't come up because we've been so busy with so many other things that just trying to get our head wrapped around something is different, but is overwhelming. But the Forest Practices Act guidelines have been around for a very long time. They've been changed over time. But in my opinion, many of them, not all, but many of the guidelines acts, rules, do not apply very well to some of the current demands that we have on our forests, and do not reflect very well landscape level principles and concepts. Largely because it's parsed out by ownership in terms of who has to do what. But I think we just need to go through the Forest Practices Act and step by step ask, are these contributing to a holistic view of how we want our forest lands to function for society in the future, Oregonians in the future, consistent with the vision document that we just finished? And that's an onerous task and makes my head hurt to think about it. But I think that's something that at some point the board should do.
Interesting to me that Ben has brought up similar comments before where he's, I'm paraphrasing here, but I think you brought up that there's some pieces of the Forest Practices Act that are archaic or just don't make any sense or aren't accomplishing, and that there are things that should be brought up and discussed and examined, which it makes sense to me. Nothing's ever perfect and nothing's ever accomplishing all the goals that were originally envisioned. Anybody else want to talk a little bit about what their priorities are?
I'll try this, Jim.
Thank you, Liz.
So,
thank you for saving me here.
Yeah, no worries. As I sacrifice myself, I say to you. So not fully formed thought again, but when I often hear in a conversation, this the disturbance patterns from wildfire, and then we talk about wildfire, and even like climate change, we throw it into this huge big category, and that's because we have such a fast-moving life. You have 10 seconds on the news, and so it's just convenient to do. But one thing that I am almost more curious about is that if you're a board or you're a department and you're trying to really solve these, we don't delve very deep into what has actually happened. We don't get into the complexities of, low intensity burns, moderate intensity burns, heavy burns, and we just sort of categorize it. So when we don't do that, we have solutions that are so broad brush for our complicated landscapes that I just worry that we can rush to solutions that should be very surgical in many ways. And that's a bit harder. So I would just like to delve deep in a really objective way about, the benefit of some wildfires, but also the severe impacts to soils on other ones, and have that inform how we move forward with this this disturbance pattern, these wildfires and wind throws and such that really are, becoming a wave, the 2020 fires, the 2024 East. So how do we parse that and come up with real solutions that can really help restore our landscapes?
You're squirming. I think you want to.
Alexi, you flatter us by wanting to listen to all of this. As people riffing on forestry, the one thing I might offer is, it's, as I've said before, it's rare. People want to anchor themselves in science, and they want to kind of say that science is going to lead the way on answering these difficult questions. And the challenge with that is that it's rare that science kind of paints a line on the forest floor, like where the edge of the buffer should stop. Usually, science is described in terms of confidence intervals, and those confidence intervals are themselves framed in terms of degrees of risk relative to the resource you're trying to protect or manage for. So in the context of risk and confidence intervals, it becomes quickly, I think, a question about how precautionary you want to be, right? And I think it's appropriate. Some level of precaution is appropriate, but I think it's also the case that good people can disagree about the right degree of precaution. And because that's true, that's what creates the space for policymaking, right? That's where you begin to balance trade-offs. And, for me, I grew up in a little town in northeastern Oregon, and I watched what natural resource policy did to my community in the early 90s. And it was something I will never forget. One story I have is my mom took me to Safeway as a kid, and I remember standing there, and there was this giant man at the end of the counter bagging our groceries, and I remember he just had these huge hands, and they were dirty. They were like, they looked dark, and I was like asking my mom, I was like, Mom, who was it? Why was that guy like, his hands were like dirty, and she was very stern with me. She was very angry. She said, that man last week was a machinist at the local mill, and those are hands that don't come clean easy. I watched that, and it kind of sunk on me at an early age that, natural resource policy, often dictated hundreds of miles away in Oregon, can have real profound impacts on people's lives. And it became important to me at that young age that those issues were brought into that policy space. That is to say, when gauging the appropriate level of precaution, there's, I think, a lot of things about which we need to be precautious. And people's lives and livelihoods are one of them. And I think that they're appropriately a part of the conversation about natural resource management. So I only mention that because that's kind of a staple to my work in this vein. I think a lot of people come with really strongly held, ultimately ideological views about natural resource policy. And I think that all of these issues require weighing trade-offs. And I like to think that I'm a voice for some of those interests and things about which we should be precautious that not everybody is.
Thank you. I personally would just like to talk about something, not that I really came to this board with, but what has made me interested and more passionate about, and really goes back to the work that former Governor Kitzhaber did to look at sort of the big picture of Oregon. And even though, we are not responsible directly or influential much around federal policy, but that paper, had some pieces that just struck me deeply at that time. And the one was that our federal forests were 60% of the Oregon forests and 12% of the harvest. And our state forests were 3% of the land base and 10% of the harvest. And it's just like, whoa, we are managing these things so differently. And so I started putting together these ideas, rightly or wrongly, in my head, because at the same time we were facing, this is pre-state HCP, we were facing a Coho lawsuit that could really shut things down. And I realized one of the reasons that we do have and have had really intensive level of forestry in Northwest Oregon is because so little is happening in the rest of the state. I've just become, these things were all connected because at the end of the day, the amount of wood produced and harvested in the state is essentially been relatively, as I understand it, unchanged for decades now. But how we're doing it, and if we could do it in a way that was more balanced, would have, such tremendous advantages economically, environmentally, and all of that. So I continue to be very interested in that whole topic and how we can be a voice, or all of us, to try to bring a little bit more balance and sanity. And of course, most of that has to do with federal policy. But anyhow, that's something that I probably have become most interested and passionate about.
Yeah, well, Jim, I'm glad to hear you say that. I mean, you're beginning to think like a forester a little bit. Yeah, think about
Eventually, yeah.
But no, that's good. Um, I'll be honest, when this board begins to do this, it makes me very nervous. We're not on an agenda. We're talking kind of freely here, which is great, which is interesting. But I'll just point out it makes me a little bit nervous when we begin to do, because this board has done this a little bit and with varying degrees of success. So, but anyway, Alexi, I'd be happy to talk to you about all my interests at great length. Probably enough time in 5 minutes, but I'm of course very interested in seeing the work of this board, the PFA, getting that across the finish line, related to state forest management, all the work that we've done on this board, and seeing that through state HCP. Those are the things I think Heath hit upon it. Thing is very, very near and dear to my heart is a preservation of the industry that I'm so, thankful to be a part of. And it's interesting, Jim, when you talk about, you're talking about unintended consequences. And I talk about that a great deal when I talk to people about policy. And I would circle back on the policies that we do are not perfect. And there's a balance, and there is costs and consequences. And it's really, really very important to consider those things. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you. Brenda, go ahead.
I have something to send people away to lunch to think about when we get to the point. But if there's more discussion around this topic, please.
I'd be interested in Alexi's thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I've been asked this question a lot lately. Is like, why do you want to be on the board of forestry? And kind of with like, are you sure you want to be on the board of forestry? But I think it's a really exciting time for Oregon State Forests and the policies that are happening. And the Private Forest Accord is a huge accomplishment. And I think that I'm really excited about how can the state of Oregon be a leader in climate smart forestry, but also legitimately balancing a strong timber products industry. But really, where's the balance, and how, what hard conversations can we continue to have to really make sure that we are taking a more holistic picture, because this is quite an exciting time for Oregon. And yeah, I do, and I also have a lot to learn. So I think this is a really big learning experience for myself, to understand more about the forest products industry, and I want to get out into the field and talk to landowners and talk to timber companies and just learn more about the process, so that I can have more informed decisions on this balanced approach because my background is forest conservation, and so I immediately want to have really strong sideboards environmentally, but I have a lot to learn on the other side of, well, how are we going to support the workforce? And so, yeah, I think it's like I said, a really big opportunity for Oregon right now, and I'm excited to be part of those conversations.
I think there's some members of the audience who'd be happy to talk to you. Brenda, you wanted to wrap up for us?
Send something away with you to ponder over lunch. Not that we need to discuss it now. We can discuss it at the end of the day if we wish to. But based upon our earlier discussion, I came up with this statement that probably would need to be changed. But the Board of Forestry asks that legislators revise SB 1051 to allow the board to continue to hire, supervise, and fire the state forester, but broaden the qualifications for the position to include a background in natural resources management. So something to think about. If that's something that you feel you can support, then we can deal with it later. If it isn't, then we can set this to bed and not have to deal with it.
You want us to think about it over lunch?
That's what I would suggest. It's almost 11:45 now, that we ponder that. We can talk about it over lunch if you want, but I would say come back after lunch or at the end of the day and figure out what we want to do with this.
Read that first part.
Yes, the Board of Forestry asks that legislators revise SB 1051 to allow the board to continue to hire, supervise, and fire the state forester, but broaden the qualifications for the position to include a background in natural resources management.
Really, the difference right there, just for clarification, is between a forestry background and a natural.
Yes, broadening it some, and recognizing that anybody that applies probably is going to have some knowledge of forestry, I would hope. Maybe not, but natural resources management at least.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, food should be arriving very soon, so we can break for lunch, but I'm sure all of us will be happy to get out of here early today, so let's reconvene at 12:45 after lunch. All right, thank you. Okay, it's 1:00. Hey, everybody. We're gonna, the Board of Forestry is back in session, and we are going to have a briefing on tethered logging to inform upcoming rulemaking. And our main presenter will be Josh Bernard. Welcome, Josh.
All right, you can go ahead and hit next slide. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, Acting State Forester Skinner. I'm Josh Bernard, the Forest Resources Division Chief. The purpose of this agenda item is to initiate tethered logging rulemaking as required by Senate Bill 1501 and provide the Board of Forestry with information related to tethered logging. As a brief reminder, in February 2020, conservation and forest industry groups offered to revise the Forest Practices Act and the forest practice rules through a memorandum of understanding to include mediated discussions known as the Private Forest Accord. In June 2020, the legislature adopted Senate Bill 1602, which increased helicopter spray buffers, directed rulemaking for salmon, steelhead, and bull trout streams in the Siskiyou, and set communication laws for spraying pesticides by helicopter. The bill set the accord timeline and topics for making changes to the Forest Practices Act and rules, from which the board could apply for a programmatic habitat conservation plan, or HCP. In March of 2022, the legislature adopted the accord recommendations through Senate Bills 1501 and 1502 and House Bill 4055. Senate Bill 1501 modified existing Forest Practices Act statutes, directed rulemaking, and incorporated by reference the Private Forest Accord report. The Private Forest Accord report further detailed recommended changes to be made to the Forest Practice Act rules, leading to the adoption of a single large rulemaking package and calling for 2 subsequent rulemaking efforts. Section 7 of Senate Bill 1501 requires the board to initiate rulemaking concerning tethered logging within 3 years of the bill passage, making the deadline March 17th of this year and prompting today's agenda item. The board is to conduct this rulemaking under the Forest Practices Act authority and by following the FPA rulemaking procedure. The legislature did not prescribe a required completion date. However, they did direct the board to prioritize the rulemaking. The legislation also provided the board with discretion in deciding whether to solicit and consider reports pertaining to tethered logging from the Adaptive Management and Independent Research and Science team. Today's presentation is to provide you with a briefing on the use of tethered logging equipment, its intersection with the forest practice rules, and an array of perspectives. I'll be joined by both division subject matter experts and a panelist of guest speakers. After our panel of guest speakers, I'll return to recap and share some prompts for board discussion and questions at the end. First, we have Scott Swearingen, our Field Support Unit Manager. Go ahead, next slide, please.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, Acting State Forester Skinner. I'm Scott Swearingen. I'm the Field Support Unit Manager within the Forest Resources Division here at ODF. First off, tethered logging goes by several different names. Tethered assist, cable assist, winch assist are a few of the most common. Today I'll be using the term tethered logging as a general term to mean tethered cutting and tethered yarding, whether used separately or in tandem. A tethered logging system is where a machine such as a feller buncher is tethered or held, usually by another machine with 1 or 2 cables from above, so it can operate on slopes exceeding its design limitations. The cable system allows the equipment to operate on slopes that would normally be considered unsafe for equipment or where damage to soils would occur without the assistance of the cable system. Although relatively new in Oregon, it has been an important tool for operators to deal with safety, labor shortages, cost efficiencies, and has been effective with fire trail construction. Next slide. All right, so current forest practices rules prohibit skid trails within 100 feet of stream channels on steep or erosion-prone slopes, and prohibits the operation of ground-based equipment on high landslide hazard locations. There's a need to balance the new technology while protecting resources. The rules for skid trails on steep slopes were developed in the mid 1980s, just before shovel logging took off in the Northwest. The rules refer to skid trails because they have traditionally been created by dozers and skidders to move logs from point A to point B. In the early 2000s, the harvesting on high landslide hazard locations rule was adopted to reduce excessive disturbance to sensitive soils on the steep slopes. In the FPA, the purpose of the harvesting rules is to establish standards for forest practices that will maintain the productivity of forest land, minimize soil and debris entering waters of the state, and protect wildlife and fish habitat. The harvesting rules are intended to reduce the potential for sediment delivery to waters of the state from ground disturbance and drainage alterations that may be caused by harvesting. So to balance this technology and provide resource protection under the current rules, ODF requires a plan for alternate practice to operate in these areas. A plan for alternate practice may be used to prescribe specific practices for the protection of resources and is subjective to department review and approval. Staff spent time learning how this equipment works from operators and landowners. We developed a process and best management practices that work well to protect streams and forest productivity. We received feedback on those best management practices and our process from ODF's regional forest practices committees. In the plan for alternate practice, operators describe how the operation is designed to meet the same purpose as the original rules. The plan requires a map, designation of exclusion areas, and a description of the best management practices to prevent serious ground disturbance and change in drainage on steep slopes. The plan for alternate practice approval affirms that the plan will likely achieve FPA resource protection. The plan then becomes the new enforceable standard for that one operation. The operation is evaluated on how well the approved plan was implemented and how well resources were protected. New rules require additional riparian management area distances and an equipment limitation zone near streams to provide protections that did not exist prior. The rules help mitigate any adverse effects of ground-based machinery near streams. For example, the equipment limitation zones set distances of anywhere from 30 to 35 feet from streams to minimize soil disturbance from the ground-based equipment. Exceedance of 10% soil disturbance in these areas requires mitigation. In addition to the equipment limitation zones, there's an increase in stream buffer widths on many of the streams, which reduces where activities can occur on these steep slopes. As we move to the next slide, I'll pass it over to Adam Coble, our Water Quality and Monitoring Manager.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, Acting State Forester Skinner. I'm Adam Coble, I'm Water Quality and Monitoring Manager. I wanted to provide a little bit of context on tethered logging in Oregon, specifically around some of the notifications and plan for alternate practice. My staff conducted a preliminary analysis that looked at notifications that included a plan for alternate practice from 2020 to 2023. We estimated roughly around 3% of the clear cut notifications were included a plan for alternate practice that was for tethered logging. That range was right around 2 to 4% from 2020 to 2023. And that equates to about 85 to 160 notifications per year. So under the new rule, let me back up. That analysis was based on notifications prior to the new rules. So we don't have information on completed tethered logging operations during that time. Under the new rules, though, landowners and operators are required to submit a notification of completion. So we'll be able to analyze those completed tethered logging operations compared to just analyzing notifications. Also, there were changes to the e-notification system ferns that will allow more detailed tracking and reporting related to PFAPs. As opposed to the current process, which requires staff to kind of dig through some of the PDFs that are uploaded. So we're going to move on to our guest speakers. So we'd like our guest speakers are already here, so don't need to invite them to the table. So our guest panel includes Amanda Sullivan Astor from Associated Oregon Loggers, Dr. Woodham Chung from Oregon State University, and Mark Cannon from Weyerhaeuser. So they'll each present for about 15 minutes, and then Josh will return to share the next steps before we transition to questions. So I'll hand it over to our first speaker, Amanda. Thanks for joining us.
All right, and as these are coming up, yes, good afternoon, everybody. Interim State Forester Skinner and Chair Kelly and members of the board. And a special welcome to Alexi. Good to meet you. Excited to have you here on the board as well. For the record, my name is Amanda Sullivan Astor. As Adam said, I'm the Forest Policy Manager for Associated Oregon Loggers. I am here today and I wanted to share with you how tethered logging is truly a proven and effective tool that has been widely adopted by forest operators across Oregon. So tethered logging is not a replacement for traditional methods, but one tool in the toolbox. Oregon loggers assess each site individually and select the best approach, whether that's cable yarding, ground-based logging, or tethered systems. Today, I'll show you why operators are choosing to incorporate this technology into their operations. Next slide. Tethered logging, like I said, is widely utilized and is a proven tool to enhance safety, efficiency, and environmental outcomes in Oregon's forest sector. It is one of many methods available to operators, allowing them to choose that best approach. This technology reduces worker exposure to hazards, may increase environmental benefits, and supports responsible forest management. It also creates high-wage, high-skill jobs with ongoing training programs ensuring operators are equipped to use these systems effectively and safely. Next slide. So when new technology is introduced, it often faces skepticism. Let's look at the MAX light rail system in Portland. When it was first proposed, there were fears it would disrupt traffic, harm businesses, and not be widely used. But over time, people realized the benefits. It reduced congestion, provided reliable transportation, and became a key part of the city's infrastructure. Tethered logging has followed a similar path. Some were initially unsure about its viability, but today it's widely accepted and used because it enhances safety, efficiency, and environmental outcomes. It's not replacing other logging methods. It's simply another tool operators can use when it makes sense. Next slide. Historically, steep slope logging relied on hand felling and cable yarding. Today, mechanized options like tethered logging allow for safer and more efficient operations while reducing worker exposure to hazards. There are many types of configurations that operators are using to advance their operational diversity. And as I go through these slides, you will not see any words other than the words that are on the top. And I wanted to give credit to each of the different members that I'm using pictures of. So this is Rude Logging out in Eastern Oregon, out of Prineville. Next slide. So there's two main types of tethered systems. Scott kind of alluded to this, but they're static and dynamic. Static lines provide a fixed anchor, while dynamic lines adjust with the equipment's movement. And this is an example of what would be considered a dynamic line. So the line would be moving as that equipment is moving down the slope, that winch up at the top, and you can see that spool of cable at the back of that modified excavator will be moving that equipment up and down. Next slide. And here's just another example of that, but Lone Rock equipment. Next slide. So some operators also use, most operators use single line winch systems, which were those last two slides, while others opt for a twin line system for added control. This would be one of the twin line type systems. This is a traction line, twin line traction winch assist system on an excavator. So each has advantages depending on site conditions and operator preference. Next slide. Most operators are using that dynamic system with the one line as shown in this image as well. So this is from the top, you can see at the landing on the road where you have the winch assist excavator at the top, and then the feller buncher down below that is utilized to cut, directionally fell, and then pre-bunch those logs. Next slide. And here's another picture just of some additional equipment from Dean Logging. Feller bunchers and harvesters equipped with winches can safely operate on steep slopes, cutting and processing trees with precision. They allow trees to be directionally felled, and these machines reduce the need for manual chainsaw work, improving both safety and productivity. Processing the trees in the field can also increase the slash material left in the unit, which can provide additional ground cover and soil benefits. Next slide. So this image is from Miller Timber Services. This is a cut-to-length system. Not many are using it other than Miller, but they're doing it very well. They chose to utilize this system and really focus in and become an expert at it. You can see here, we actually have the static system where at the back of that processor is a winch, a bolt-on winch for that equipment. And that's an Alpine synchro winch system. And I will note that this video that we're about to watch, just a clip of it from this type of operation, was from 2016, just to highlight that this really is not a new technology. It's been around for about a decade now. So we can watch a little bit of that video now. The quality is much better than this. It's just not loaded. Okay, you can stop the video. Just to give you a flavor of what it looks like out there. And that looks like it was from one of their thinnings. So just, again, a different type of use case. Next slide. Some of our members are also utilizing tethered skidders to log and move trees to the landing for processing. So here you can see the skidder on the right with the grapples. And then in the picture on the left, behind the skidder is where the processor is processing the trees on the landing. Next slide. And many of our loggers are shovel logging, which was noted as has been highly utilized here, or loader supported systems in conjunction with tethered operations, allowing logs to be moved efficiently to landings while limiting soil disturbance. Next slide. Tethered logging is already being used successfully by operators across Oregon. This is not a future concept, it's a well-established practice. Next slide. In addition, many operators pair tethered felling equipment with tethered loading and grapple carriages to move logs efficiently. These systems allow loaders to access steeper terrains while maintaining safety and productivity. Excavators can also be used as mobile tailholds, like you see on the right, reducing the need for additional infrastructure. This flexibility allows operators to adapt to different terrain challenges. Next slide. So this is just another picture where you can see that grapple coming down, how it's tied into that mobile tailhold, and you can see the loader feeding that grapple carriage system. Next slide. And then this is just a quick video just to show you a little bit of that grapple carriage process. Usually utilizing a swing yarder at the top. So this is a promotional video from Tiger Cat, but it's one of our members, Tioga Logging, at a Myrtle Point, I believe. we can stop it. Again, just to give you just a quick glimpse of what our members do and how it operates out there every day. Next slide. And this is just another image like you just saw in that video of inside one of those swing yarders that's operating a grapple carriage. I really wanted to show that because this is a highly technical operation requiring specialized training. These are high wage, high demand jobs that support our rural communities. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thanks. And to ensure the workforce is prepared, we're working with partners to advance training programs to upskill workers. We're partnering with OSU Simulator Lab, Harvesting Simulator Lab, which Woody may talk about a little bit and he engages with as well, to provide hands-on training for heavy equipment operations. And this ensures our members have access to career advancement opportunities and that our industry remains at the forefront of safety and efficiency. Next slide. So safety is a key pillar at AOL. Tethered logging helps move more workers inside protective cabs, reducing exposure to hazardous conditions. These jobs are going to continue to exist with or without tethered systems, but this technology allows them to be performed in a safer and more controlled manner. This slide features just some of the hardworking people in our industry. Their well-being is at the heart of why we continue to innovate and improve our operations. Next slide. So in summary, tethered logging is one of many tools available to Oregon loggers. It's a proven, effective, and widely adopted practice that improves safety, efficiency, and environmental outcomes. There are many ways our members are incorporating this technology and others into their operations. As this board considers policy decisions, we encourage you to recognize the success of this technology and to support an industry-led approach to continued innovation. Oregon's logging workforce is strong, skilled, and committed to responsible forestry. Next slide. Thank you. And I'll be ready for questions when we get there.
We're going to hand it over to Dr. Woody Chung now.
Yes, thank you very much. Interim State Forester Skinner, and then Chair Kelly, and then the board members. Thank you for having me here today. My presentation will focus on soil impacts of tethered logging. I apologize in advance that I might go over the time and more time than the time that allotted to me because OSU has done quite a bit in this area, and then it's really difficult to put everything into 15-minute presentation. So I might go over several minutes. So please forgive me if I do so. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, I'd like to share the results from the field experiment that we did to prove the benefits of tethering on ground pressure. And then I'm going to dive into 3 different case studies that we did in 3 different locations. So we looked at different tethered logging systems and then their soil impacts. Next slide, please. So we developed the theoretical models to show the impact of this tether. So external force P, how that affects the stability of the machine as well as the pressure distribution across the machine track. And then to validate this model, we did a field experiment. Next slide. So we used these load cells and we buried them in the ground. And then position the real harvesting machines on top of those load cells. And then next slide, please. And then we moved the boom locations and the reach while monitoring the ground pressure changes, as you can see from this video. Next slide. So the results of the experiment is here. The graph at the top shows the no tether case, and then graph at the bottom is a with tether case. So without tether, basically a lot of ground pressure is concentrated at the front end of the machine track, the black dot you can see in the black line, whereas the back end of the track, which is green dot, experiences very little pressure. But with tether, you can see the difference at the bottom graph here. So there is a huge drop in ground pressure at the front end, and then there's increased ground pressure at the back end. So this means that tether helps better distribute the load of the equipment to the ground. So this demonstrates two benefits. The first, it reduces peak pressure. So if you look at the top graph there, the black line, the peak pressure is about 25 psi, whereas the bottom graph, the peak pressure from the blue line, which is about 20 psi. So it lowers the peak pressure. That's the first benefit. The second benefit is this better distribution of load means that the track grabs the soil, have a better grips on soils, so it improves traction. That minimizes slippage of the machine. So coupled with this lower peak pressure, tethering actually can help reduce soil disturbance in terms of soil compaction and soil displacement and soil rotting altogether. Next slide. So now the three different case studies. The first case that we did this study at the Macdon Forest, our research forest. In this study, we looked at the cut-to-length systems, so harvester and folder, and we wanted to investigate the impact of tethering again in real logging setting. So we use the same machines with and without tethers and compare the soil impact. The second study we did in Southern Oregon, this is clear cut, and we wanted to compare the hand cut with chainsaw with the machine, the tethered machine cutting. And then not only soil compaction we wanted to look at, but we also looked at the erosion potential as well as soil moisture content changes over time in machine tracked area versus non-track. And also we looked at the seedling growth in machine track versus non-track as well. The last case study we did in Northern Idaho, and this site has a different soil type. The previous two studies have basically clay soil, but this one has a ash cap soil, about 1 foot of ash layers in the soil, so different soil types. In this, the last study, we looked at 3 different logging systems and then compared soil impacts. Next slide. So the first case study, the cut-to-length system, so harvester and folder, these are the machines that we used. Next slide. And then we designated 2 corridors. One is without a tether and the other is with tether. With tether, but we use the same machines. And those corridors have similar slope conditions. So the soil samplings we did was that we collected surface soil samples for the bulk density measurements. And then also deeper soils, we used the penetrometers to measure soil penetration resistance, which is a proxy of soil density. So we did that before machine hits the ground. And then after harvester did its job, we went out to the same location and we did the collection. After harvester, we were able to see machine track like this photo. So after harvester operation, we collected soil samples in track, outside track, and between track as well. And then we repeated these measurements after folder. Next slide. This is the results of this study. So graphs on the left side is untethered case. Graphs on right side is tethered case. 2 graphs on top. At the top, they are the results after harvester. The bottom graphs after folder. You can see quite difference between untethered and tethered, left and right. And then X mark or blue arrows, they indicate the statistically significant difference, changes compared to pre-treatment conditions. And then X marks is compaction, and then the blue arrow indicates soil loosening. So you can see here after harvester, there are quite a bit compaction, untethered case, but tethered case, we did not find any compaction, but soil loosening occurred. And then after folder, wider compaction in untethered case. In tethered case, we saw some compaction, but it's limited, mainly under track area. Next slide. So the key findings here is some loosening we saw. This is an interesting finding. And then apparently less soil compaction in tethered case. And also what we found out was that if machine is tethered, machine tends to stay in the same location. So if machine is not tethered, the machine can go everywhere, anywhere. But because of tether, machine remains the same location. That's what we saw the tethered case in terms of disturbance. Next slide. The reason why we saw this soil loosening is because this is hard clay soil. So the machine, the equipment will compact the soil underneath the track a little bit, but also it can break soils surrounding areas. And that's why we saw some soil loosening occurred. Next slide. So this is the second case that we did in Southern Oregon. This is a clear-cut area. The purpose is to compare hand cut versus machine cut. In terms of soil impact, this green area was cut by tethered machine fallow buncher, and then yellow area cut by hand with chainsaw. Next slide. And then both areas, after felling, both areas were yarded, cable logged with this swing yarder. Next slide. Just like the previous study, we pre-designated 2 corridors, one in machine cut area, the other is in hand cut area. And then we collected soil samples and measured soil penetration resistance before treatment and after timber falling, and then after yarding. Next slide. In addition to that, we installed these silt fences, 7 of them total, 4 in machine cut area and 3 in the hand cut area. And then far left, those 2 were that area is the most heavily disturbed area. So that line you can see there, it was used by the machine first during felling, and also it was used by cable logging as a skyline corridor. And in the middle, those 2 silt fences were set up where only machine track there without cable corridor. And then the far right is skyline corridors in hand cut area. Next. And this circle, this blue circle area, we randomly selected 4 points where we can find the track mark clearly. And then we wanted to look at the soil moisture content changes over time. So we buried these soil moisture sensors in those 4 locations. And nearby of each point, so each location, nearby area within about 10 to 12 feet away, if we can find undisturbed area where the vegetation was intact, we also put these sensors to compare, what this machine track does in terms of soil moisture content change. Next. And then also the seedling study here. So we wanted to look at the seedling growth after logging was done. So the machine cut area, the A, and hand cut area, D, and also machine track versus non-track. We want to compare seedlings. And then we did a destructive sampling. So after we planted seedlings, we clocked seedlings basically twice a year before and after growing season for 2 years. So 4 times we collected the seedlings and measured the shoot size and root size and all that. Next slide. So as a result, this is the bulk density from the surface, soil surface samples. You can see here, we also saw loosening occurred surface area. So the red bars is a hand cut area and the blue is machine cut area. So the first group to the left is a pre-treatment, so before machine hit the ground. And then the middle one is after timber falling, and the far right, the group is the after yarding. We don't have a hand cut area after falling because hand fell trees were everywhere, blocking access to the sample locations, so we weren't able to collect any data. So anyway, so you can see here, basically, we found the loosening occur. So that means the soil density decreased actually after timber falling as well as after yarding. The reason probably is because of a churning effect by the machine as well as the logs dragged along the skyline corridor. Next slide. This shows the soil penetration resistance, deeper soils between 10 centimeters and then 50 centimeters. Hand cut again in red and then machine cut in blue. So you can see here, there's not much difference. So if you compare pre-treatment versus post-felling or post-yarding, There not much difference. There's no statistically significant difference. And also in hand cut area as well. And if you compare hand cut versus machine cut, similarly, there's not much difference. So our conclusion is that there's not much difference in terms of soil compaction between those hand cut with chainsaw versus machine cut. Next slide. One interesting thing that we observed during the operation was that the machine cut area, which you saw the left side of the harvest unit, required fewer skyline corders compared to hand cut area. So if you look at the bottom photo, there are 5 skylines used to log 25 acres in machine cut area versus 6 skyline corders were used to log only 10 acres in hand cut area. The reason is you can see the top photo there. If you use machine is able to not only cut down trees, but also swing trees, move trees around, and machine can nicely pile trees up along the skyline corridor. Because of that, they require less number of skyline corridors. And skyline corridors, by the way, are the most heavily disturbed soil in cable logging operation. So interestingly, there might be a trade-off here, because if you use machine cut, basically you have fewer number of skyline corridors, but each corridor will be used more heavily because more traffic. So there might be higher intensity of disturbance, even though we didn't find that in our case study, but there might be. Compared to hand cut area, the intensity might be lower, but more areas will be disturbed. So it's a trade-off we found. Next slide. And then the silt fences, we installed 7 of them. We did not find any signs of soil erosion or sediment transport during the 2-year period of monitoring. We had to stop in 2020 because that area was burned. I think it was Arch Creek fire, 2020. So all the silt fences were burned down, basically, for that. Next slide. Soil moisture. Next slide, please. This is a result of those from those 4 points, 4 paired points. One is in track left. The right side is undisturbed or non-track area. You can see right away moisture content was higher in tracked area. Next slide. If you calculate the difference between track and non-track, it becomes obvious here. This graph shows the difference, and difference is positive always. That means the track area has always higher moisture content. Very interesting finding. And then the difference becomes more apparent during dry season from May 19 through probably September 19. So dry season. Where the tree needs moisture, basically. So the reason why this happened is that we speculate the machine squeezed basically air out of the soil. So that increases soil water holding capacity against gravity because the smaller pores. But the question is whether that higher moisture content in soil is available to the trees or vegetation. That's another question. So that's why we did the seedling growth study. Next slide. So here, machine cut versus hand cut, as well as track versus non-track. Next slide, please. So this is a result. Left side, this is machine versus hand cut. So 4 times during the 2 years, we did a destructive sampling and measured mass and then volume. So machine and then hand cut, interestingly, we start seeing the difference at the end of the 2nd growing season. So it's far right, the left side graph, the column. So you can see the blue is a little bit higher in different categories. And the blue means the machine cut area, and then red is hand cut area. And if you compare track versus non-track, which is the graph on the right, the difference becomes more obvious. So the far right, the last column, that's the end of the 2nd growing season. You can see the root dry mass or root volume and shoot dry mass and shoot volume. All those categories, the track area, which is blue, has higher number than higher value than non-tracked area. So we concluded that we saw the higher moisture content in tracked area, and then those moisture content was available to the plant. Next slide. So key findings here, yes. So we compared hand cut versus machine cut, but there's not much difference between those two in terms of soil compaction. And then there might be trade-off between the intensity of disturbance versus area of disturbance. And then we did not find any soil erosion or the sign of sediment transport. And then we found higher soil moisture content in machine track area, and then that benefited seedling growth. Next, please. The last case study, I'm going to go very quick here. This is in Idaho. Next slide, please. We looked at 3 different harvesting systems in the same unit. So we compared the soil impact side by side here. Originally, we planned to do 4 systems, but the last one didn't work out because equipment broke down. But anyway, the quarter A, the first quarter, we used a tethered fallow buncher for falling. And the second, we used, and then for yarding, we used a tethered skidder. And the second quarter, quarter B, we used the same tethered fallow buncher machine for falling. And we used a tethered shovel logging for extraction. And then quarter C, as control, is traditional hand cut and cable logging. Next slide. This is just results. We saw the soil loosening again at the surface soil, okay? But the deeper soils, we found compaction occurred actually from the quarter A, where the skidder was used. And this is kind of we expected as well, because skidder, you see it from the photo, it was the wheeled machine. And then skidder makes many passes, machine passes, and also it drags logs. So there's a large disturbance, soil disturbance, you can imagine. Quarter B, there was a shovel logging, tethered shovel logging. We saw some compaction, but not widely happened. And then quarter C, which is the cable logging, we did not see any difference. Next slide. We also set up silt fences at the end of each quarter, at the bottom of each quarter, and we monitored for 3 years. But again, we did not find any erosion or sediment movement captured by these silt fences. Next slide. Next slide. And so concluding remarks, as I said, so tethering can help reduce soil disturbance. And also we looked at different harvesting systems, but there was limited impact. The only thing we found was tethered skidding. Tethered skidding has some soil compaction, and also we did not find the sediment movement or erosion from our case studies. But again, these study findings are all based on case studies. So it's going to be really difficult to generalize these findings. And we need more case studies, more studies to look at the different systems in different soil types and different work conditions, how they affect soils. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chung. We're going to now hand it over to Mark Cannon of Weyerhaeuser.
Thank you for being able to attend today. I appreciate the invite on behalf of Weyerhaeuser and sharing a little of my experiences with tethered logging. As noted in the introduction, I'm the region manager for the Willamette Valley region. In March, I will be 3 years back in Oregon. I spent about 20 years of my career as Weyerhaeuser in the Evergreen State, and I'm glad to be home, having grown up in Eastern Oregon and Mitchell. So we talked a little bit about that over lunch. So 2014, this exercise kind of allowed me to revisit some of my old haunts and some of the responsibilities I had in former roles. 2014 was the first year that we got this bright idea. And where did this idea of tether logging come from? And I have to declare myself as being somewhat skeptical of the technology to start with. The New Zealanders were doing it. And we had associations in New Zealand from being property owners there and for the reasons why they were doing it. we decided to take a look as Weyerhaeuser, and we sent a group of technical professionals down to visit with the New Zealanders and understand the technology further and see if that could be deployed here. That was about 2012. And after thinking about it and understanding that our topography is much similar, and even some of the soil of volcanic origins was similar to our soils in the Pacific Northwest, we started to investigate, could we deploy the technology? And we had contract partners who were also interested in deploying the technology in their own operations, as well as maybe being vendors for the technology that was emerging in New Zealand. We didn't go about it haphazardly. We spent time to study it. We took it slow. We were really concerned about the safety of the system. It doesn't look natural to see a 100,000-pound machine on that steep of a slope. And that's what bothered me to start with. In Weyerhaeuser, we have our own company crews and spots. I've had the privilege of logging for Weyerhaeuser as a Weyerhaeuser logger and operating some of their equipment. And it didn't look like something I would want to be engaged in, honestly, in the cab of one of these machines dangling on a cable. However, when you study the physics, I'm a forest engineer from Oregon State. I still hold an engineering license in the state of Washington. It makes sense when you sit down and look at the diagram of what's really happening to those steep slopes when you attach a cable to them. What is, in my mind, the way I think about it is we're taking the slope away. The machine feels like it's operating on a natural flat slope. And those are low ground pressure machines. The track machines are anyhow. So ones we favor on our property. Weyerhaeuser will be 125 years old this year, and we have no incentive to damage the medium that we grow our trees in. We want to be here in another 125 years. So at the time the technology was emerging in 2014, a very innovative contractor in Southwest Washington came to me with a prototype and said, I want to try this. He was contracting on my tree farm at the time. I was an area manager, and we took the technology out to where we could really test it in the Coast Range of Washington, right across the bay from Astoria in the Magler Hills. Coastal soils, we're gonna give it a go with controls and see how this really goes, and use all of our ologists internally to examine how we nudge out of the starting blocks with the technology. Will it be successful? Eric Kroom and I had an opportunity to see each other at the Oregon Logging Conference 2 weeks ago, and we revisited the first time I peeked over the hill on day one when we dropped anchor on tethered logging in the state of Washington. And he said, I remember your concerned look. And it was a concerned look. The technology was very infantile at that point, and it was too much disturbance for me to be seeing there in the early phases. So the technology would have to win me over in time. Jumping forward a couple of years and more advancements, more controls, more study as we worked ourselves on a limited basis on pilot projects. We developed technical guidance with our own specialists and working with some of specialists out of Canada, even local specialists here that were associated with the university, to make sure we were going to do this right, safe, and environmentally sensitive. So by 2019, I'm in a different role. I'm the safety and environmental manager for Western Timberlands, and we've developed our guidance, and the technology indeed did win me over in time as we perfected really of how we're going to do this. And I think this was really key in that journey, that if you think about the way that we harvested in the past, and we still do it this way, but we traditionally used on our steep slopes cable logging techniques that can be deployed in a number of ways. They're very flexible and pliable, and loggers are very clever of how to deploy that. With this technology, you have to be very proactive in your planning of how it's going to happen. That required us to get in front of planning to a more technical mindset, much more in advance than we previously were. You have to know your soil conditions. You have to confirm your soils out on the ground. You have to know where your sensitive sites are. This technology requires that you do that. You can tell from the videos that AOL presented, they're not all the same systems. They look very similar. So you have to understand the technical application of the system you're dealing with, and fit it to the ground that it's going to be operating on. And that's what we learned how to do that won me over. Indeed, all the statistical studies OSU has conducted, and we'd like to partner on more of those as well to understand it. That is what our experience was. The technology, what's happening is the machine thinks it's on flat ground, so the tracks don't slip when it develops thrust. And with the grousers, they don't churn the soil. They still ride on top of it, and the line assists the machine with its thrust movement. And if you can just give it a little bit of a nudge, doesn't take much. You're not repelling the machine up and down the slopes. You're just giving it a little nudge, and you're helping it do what it wants to do, distributing that the momentum across the whole footprint of the track, and it's almost effortless. And another thing that I think, and this is speculation from just walking a lot of the units post-harvest and seeing how they behave, one of the reasons why and that's one of the reasons why the compaction is not what we thought it might be, but also we're dealing with grousers that we've also extended. So we found, and technically we needed to extend the grousers beyond the manufacturer's limits to give them a better hold, like Velcro, so we didn't get the churn. That's also, every foot, you now have a little mini water bar. For any water that does get into the tracks, it has a little stopping point. It has a little dam. And that was, I think, something that was really helpful that I didn't see coming after looking at a lot of harvest units that had this technology deployed. I was very happy to see that we weren't damaging the soil. And as noted, I think it even has an appearance and an impact lower than many cable logging operations. Some other things that we include in our PFAP operation for BMPs are around the planning, identifying sensitive sites to avoid disturbance, monitoring our weather patterns. So weather forecasts become very important, and even parts of our harvest units that will be sensitive and responsive to changing weather patterns that may be detrimental to tether assist logging are really important to predict and plan around. In our pre-works, we cover, like, that's the spot we don't want to be on a rainy day. Let's be over here where the impact will be avoided. Minimizing passes. So every time a machine passes up and down the slope, you have more risk of accumulative effects on that. So that comes back to the planning feature where we can get on and off the road. The technology is best deployed perpendicular to the contour. So you're always traversing up and down like a yo-yo on the contour, coming up and down. Now we do deploy multiple passes where we think we can do that, and we monitor that. We know the risk factors are higher. Another thing to keep in mind thinking about the technology is these machines are marvelous at mitigating their own impacts. So if you can build the awareness of operators to do work while they're going to add mitigation efforts of the disturbance that they're creating, our loggers are great at doing that. So even at roadside where you can cause some impacts to the shoulder of the road that's channeling water onto the tracks, they take care of those things. And we also have post-harvest inspections and cleanup opportunities there to even make it better once we're done. So those are become routine BMPs that we do regarding the technology. Reshaping the road so there's no damage to the road prism, so we have the proper prism for drainage so that we're not channeling water. And then where necessary, doing mulching and seeding if there is disturbance to do more mitigative actions in regards to that. So blending all those things together, this is a really practical technology that's evolved over time, and the industry, I think, has absorbed it very well without a lot of regulatory oversight, because we took it on ourselves to do that, to make sure that we're doing the right thing out there. So I also believe in conclusion that we've been doing this for over 10 years now, and we've been doing it well, in my opinion. Not always perfect, but well in the fact that it's an accepted operational process that I'm looking forward to the next innovation now, and that is indeed underway. So Oregon continues to innovate in this space and make safer job space for our operators and also taking home those wage earners into these rural communities. And I'm proud to support being from one of those communities myself. So appreciate the time with the board today and look forward to further engagements on our property if necessary. And thank you.
All right, Josh Bernard again for the record. Looking ahead, we're hoping to incorporate a tethered logging element into the site visit that we're hoping to have as part of the April board tour. So I wanted to note that for the board. Still trying to work that out, but that's something we're aspiring to do. Beyond April, the department will turn to the board at a future meeting to determine which pathways for advancing this rulemaking effort. A couple things I want to highlight. Given the significant number of plans for alternate practice that were noted in Adam's presentation, I think it was between 85 and somewhere north of 100 on an annual basis. It indicates a need for assessment of at least those two rules that we're currently accepting plans for alternate practice for. And determine whether a plan for alternate practice or other best management practices are needed or should be required for tethered logging and within 100 feet of a stream channel, and whether a plan for alternate practice or other BMPs should be required on the highland side hazard locations where there's no public safety risk. Additional considerations would be the increased protections from the updated forest practice rules around equipment limitation zones, the increased stream buffers, any other policy considerations the board would see as relevant there. Potential pathways the board may choose to pursue in advancing this rulemaking effort include, but are not limited to, directing questions to the Adaptive Management Committee and the Independent Science Review Team to gather information and inform future decision-making, or directing the department to conduct a literature review to gather additional information and inform future decision-making. So to set the stage for board discussion here, I'm going to leave this slide up, but basically, we'd like to know, do you have any questions for us on the materials presented today? And does the board need additional information? And if so, what type of information? And we're also interested to hear from the board the interest they may have in the particular pathways that I noted earlier for gathering and evaluating additional information. So this information will help us develop a work plan for this rulemaking going forward. So with that, Chair Kelly, I'll turn it back to you and open it up for questions and board discussion.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you all. I've got a question. It seems like there's an accident in tethered logging. It's a bad one. What is the safety history compared to typical logging practice? Anybody got any statistics on that?
It's been very safe. We have had more tip overs on flat ground in traditional logging with traditional ground-based machines than we've had in tethered logging. The tip overs we have had in tethered logging are very controlled because you have a line attached to you. They're very slow. We have not had, speaking offhand, half a dozen slow tip overs onto the side. And the other part about it, when you have to render a machine, whether it's on flat ground or not, there's a secondary safety risk of rendering the machine. The tether line itself assists in rendering a machine that has tipped over. So I think it's phenomenally safe. And when I've talked to operators who operate on these slopes, particularly in self-leveling cabs, they feel much more secure than the old days when we used to kind of just go, I think we can get it, and the practice then was to use leverage with the boom to move yourself around. And there was a lot of mishaps that occurred and tip overs in that practice that we've reduced them significantly. So we haven't had an injury in doing this in 12 years with this technology. There's still risk in that, but it's been very safe.
Go ahead, Joe.
This question might be for Amanda. How common are these operations across Oregon or Western Washington, kind of relative to overall capacity? Do you have a sense of that, and maybe what the trend has been happening with that?
Yeah, sure. Again, for the record, Amanda Sullivan Astor. Many of our members are adopting this technology as a tool. We have some members who do it exclusively, but not many. Many of them are adding it to their repertoire. I think on our executive committee, which is 8 operators, we have, I think 75% of those are utilizing tethered systems in their operations. And I think across our board, it might be about 50%. We've got about 30 people on our board. So it's a pretty large board. But that's geographically, representative of our membership. So a lot of people are utilizing it. I can call many of our members and ask them, how they're utilizing it and what they're doing. So it's becoming very, very common, especially in those areas where we do have significant slope. So you think about some of the steep slope management that we do in the Tyee corridor and kind of down in the different river valleys that we have. And then out east, where you're at, Joe, there's a lot of people that are starting to utilize it as well. So it's a very common practice. To Chair Kelly's question, it's a very safe practice. I think, Associated Oregon Loggers has a workers' comp relationship. We do workers' comp for our members through SAFE, and all of our field staff are workers' comp agents. And in talking with them, this is not statistical or anything, but they basically said it's 100% safer in their experience. It's really increasing the safety aspect. Yeah.
Brenda.
Thanks, and thank you all for the presentations. That was really great. I had an opportunity to watch the Miller machine work, and it is truly impressive, and I would never want to get in that cab of that thing. So 2 questions, one for Woody and one more general. Woody, you mentioned, I think, that soil moisture was higher in the tracks than elsewhere. Is that because of the treads that create these incisions in the soil that capture the water?
It's really hard to pinpoint what really causes that, but we speculate that the minimum compaction, a little bit of compaction, would squeeze air out. So it reduces pore size inside soil. So that's what increases the water holding capacity of the soil against gravity. But there might be other factors, of course. So it's our speculation. It's hard to really pinpoint. The track is really the cause 100%, but we think that way.
Great. Yeah, thank you. The other question is more general. Operationally, talking to some of the harvesting engineers years ago, using designated skid trails for skidders was a way of kind of concentrating the impact. When using tethered logging systems and with less compaction, do you still use designated corridors during repeated entries, or do you spread that out over the stand over time?
Yeah, I can address that one. It really comes down to the geometry of the machine itself. Most of these machines have about a 35-foot boom length that they can naturally reach. So that ends up to be about a 70-foot spacing in between your trail corridors. And if you're just cutting it, it's one in, one out, and then there's nothing more that the machine does.
But thank you. I've got that part.
Okay.
So you come in, say you come in for a thinning, and then you come in 30 years later for final harvest, and you're still using the same machines. Do you use the same corridors, or do you spread those corridors out between entries?
That's a question of the future, but I believe the impacts that we've probably made in between entries have mitigated themselves, would be my speculative presumption in that. We would probably likely use something very close if the technology remained the same in that time span and go back down the same trail. The ground kind of lends itself to the answer it wants to reveal and aligned to the technology. But does that make sense?
It does, and that's what I would have expected. And I guess the question you can't answer because it hasn't been used long enough is with 2 or 3 or 4 repeated entries over the course of time, do you start to see cumulative impacts of compaction? And we don't know that yet. But.
This is just anecdotal, nothing more. But where I've seen, especially the cut to length systems work, which is typically what's being utilized for the thinning operations, not all the time, but that's sort of some of their bread and butter. Their processing head, they're oftentimes putting slash mats down onto that track. And so I've gone back and looked at, or just been pointed out, like, hey, can you even see that track over there? Did you know that was a track? We did that 5 years ago, sort of a thing. And even after that amount of time, they're starting to disappear. So by the time you go in and do that final harvest or that next entry, I would agree with Mark that that a lot of that would probably be have been mitigated. But you're right, Mark, that the landscape, the terrain is probably gonna indicate that you're going to go back to the same place, because if it worked one time, you're probably going to do it again. But what those actual effects are, you're right, we don't have that at this point.
And Woody, in your studies, you did not have slash put on these tracks.
It depends. So we looked at the cut to length system, and apparently, yes, cut to length system, there is a slash mat.
Okay.
But there is other cable logging, and then skidder, there's no slash mat.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
So it's been 4 decades since I had a soils class. So just a quick question is, what you talked about, lesson pick on the concentration of soils, but can you kind of describe what you're talking about with soil loosening? What is generally describe that, please?
Yes, so it was interesting to find the soil loosening from our study, case studies, and then we think what happened was a surface soil because of slightly there is a churning effect if you use equipment running around on top of soil, as well as cable logging. We drag logs along the skyline corridor, so there's a disturbance. There's a churning effect that it loosened up soil. So that's why we saw loosening, so decreased soil density on topsoil. Deeper soils, by the way, this is what we think happened, and that is a little bit of weight from the equipment. Okay, it affects that force affects not only right underneath the track but also surrounding areas. And then if there's a hard soil surrounding areas, this force from the equipment can break up this surrounding areas, and that's why we saw the loosening in outside track and between track as well. So that's why we thought.
Yeah.
Ben Doimling for the record. Thank you for this presentation. This was fascinating, and I look forward to a tour to see this. I've wanted to see this in operation. I've watched plenty of videos, and I'd love to see this in person. So I'm looking forward to that. I guess I'm trying to get my head around next steps. And what I've heard today is that this is technology that's been fairly well proven at this point. It keeps being improved. No one here has really talked about any big red flags with this technology. I'm sure if I polled other people in this state, there would be people who have concerns with this. What are and maybe I look to the 3 panel experts, like, what are the red flags? What are the challenges with this when it comes to streams, when it comes to whatever? What should we be paying attention to as we try to write a set of best practices or a set of rules around this? Because this is, I'm learning here. But yeah, what do you see as important things that we need to get right when we write a set of rules around this?
Yes, as the policy person. AOL wasn't a part of the private forest accord negotiation. So what the conversations were in the room that led to the requirement to develop rulemaking, I can't opine on, right? I mean, my thought, and kind of from my presentation, you could probably gather that we think things are working pretty well. And in most cases, I think there's really good environmental benefits from utilizing this technology. So I think the question is out there is what is the problem, or is there a problem? So what we're looking for in the rulemaking is in that initial phase where there's typically a literature review and sort of an analysis of, what is the current situation, that we can get some answers around that of what is happening. What do we need to address? Do we need to address something? I think that's that's going to be part of your guys' discussion following on the department's work.
I don't really see the potential problems, but I think the question is whether, if we want to do something on steep slopes, and what's the alternative ways to do it, right? So if we want to manage forest on steep slopes, then either send out people with chainsaw or send out machines. So from that regard, I don't see any, the downside of this kind of technology. Because as Mark and then Amanda said, it's a lot safer if you are inside the cab, protected, and you harness all that. Even though machine rolls, you're not going to die. Whereas chainsaw, people out there with hard head, that's what we often hear, the accident and so on. So that's the difference. From the science perspective, and then a project that we've been working on is we want to look at the safety and health of the machine operators. And then we wanted to look at the stress level when they work on steep ground. But this is not really the accident kind of, the matter, but it's also important to address if people feel they more fatigue when they work on steep slopes, then we have to have some solutions to it. So that's what we're looking at OSU.
Brenda?
So since it's so new, first of all, I think it makes perfect sense to me. And I've seen the Miller machine. I'm convinced that it's a good way to go. But since it's so new, and we don't have any long-term data, what would a monitoring program look like that would help us understand whether there are or aren't long-term environmental problems, or in what you just brought up, emotional problems in terms of the operators?
Okay, I'll go first, and then maybe if Woody wants to clean up. I sit on the adaptive management committee and engaged with the IRF's independent science and research and science team. And, we're having those conversations around the current rule set. I am not a scientist myself. I look to folks like you and like Woody to inform my opinion about things. And so what exactly that monitoring program would look like, I'm not sure. I think that we could probably come up with some really interesting, designs. And maybe that's something that we could bring to the adaptive management program. So I think that there's opportunity out there. I think that there's flexibility that was brought into the way in which it was put into the report from the Private Forest Accord and the folks that signed that. So, it's kind of up to you guys how you want to move forward from here. But I do think that there's great opportunity in doing more long-term monitoring, exactly what we would do beyond some of the soil sampling and things like that. I'm not sure what else we would need to look at. Maybe it's kind of comparing and contrasting riparian corridors and whether we were able to get tethered equipment and kind of these mobile tail holds and different types of systems on both sides of the stream versus going through it. There could be things like that we look at, but beyond that, or maybe equipment limitation zone, more modeling in there for utilizing this equipment. But
yeah, thanks, Amanda. And it goes back to Ben's point, where are the red flags? So if we know where the kind of the things are that we might be a little bit worried about, then that can help design the monitoring program. And it's still not clear to me either, Ben, where the red flags might be. Yes, it's safe, but are there long-term consequences of some of these actions? Thank you. Maybe that, Josh, is something we could think about in terms of more information for the future. Is what are the red flags, and what might be the monitoring plan for?
Mark, I have a question for you. What's the business story in terms of the cost relative on when you got a steep slope? Versus the two different ways you can do this. Trying to get an idea of how widely this will get adopted.
The business case is very sensitive with this. This is more related to innovating for what's next too. So you got to keep that in mind because this can be much more expensive than traditional means. That's part of the planning exercise that needs to happen in the front end. It needs to be in the environment assessed and where you can deploy the technology. Then you need to make sure that you can recover the additional capital intensive machine. Now, the cost of that with a productive standard that's acceptable for what we get paid for our logs. So that's really important. It's also important to be fair to the contractors who are investing in that capital investment to go forward as well. So Weyerhaeuser's thought on that is multifaceted. It isn't a slam dunk on the business fundamentals here. This is about being good to the industry and good to the land and what comes behind it. If you don't change, you're going to get passed up, and we're in a very competitive world market. And it's about how to innovate the next thing that may come behind this because this has merged. And I can relate that statement to other things I've seen in the industry, the feller buncher, the stroke delimber, then the single grip harvester. All those were innovations that that came out of this region and others that we adopted to stay ahead of it to be competitive in the global market here at home. So on the financial side, if you don't do it right, you can go backwards in a hurry. It's another tool in the tool belt, and while you're not working it, it costs money. Those machines are expensive.
And if it's truly safer, that has huge financial impact as well.
From a personal note, I've done 12 fatality investigations in my career. Most of them with this technology, those people still be living. That's enough for me. Those are heartrending. When you said we could have taken this tree down, somebody safely in a cab. And trust me, Weyerhaeuser believes that too. That's just not my personal statement. That's why they wanted to go this direction and work with our contractors doing it to benefit the industry and those who work out there every day in our forests.
By the way, I would like a ride on the end of those machines on one of those dangling cables.
We can arrange that.
Better than Disneyland, you know.
You best be careful. They'll mandate cable logging before we're done, or tethered assist logging before we're done here.
Chair Kelly, can I just add one more comment? Just want to put a little bit of a finer point on something Mark said, is that these are really capital intensive pieces of equipment and kind of the whole system that comes along with it. Like I was talking about the grapple carriages, these mobile tail holds, the additional pieces and modifications that are being made to excavators and other types of equipment, and having to finance all of that stuff kind of as one whole logging system package, right? So when operators cannot utilize this equipment all year long, that becomes a huge barrier to entry. So as we think about policies and we think about new technologies coming on board, the ability to have that, the ability to be able to operate within all parts of the year, not in every place in Oregon, obviously, because of snow and things like that. But being able to have places to operate, I think, is part of the one of the pieces of decision making that our members are trying to grapple with. So anything that might hamper their ability to operate, whether that's decreases of available land, thinking about federal adoption, because some of our federal partners are starting to let operators utilize this equipment. Some have not gotten there yet. So, and those are mostly policy decisions more than anything else. All these things are kind of weighing into whether or not somebody's going to invest in this technology and whether or not it makes sense for their own particular situation.
Yeah, quick question, Woody. Who funded the research that you're doing? Where's the funding coming from?
Multiple sources from federal government, as well as EDA, Economic Development Administration.
And federal funding is likely to continue given the current circumstances in Washington?
Oh, maybe not. So right now we have two study sites to look at the soil impact of tethered logging in the Blue Mountain area. And
Okay.
that funding came directly from the Forest Service, not research branch, but the Forest Service management branch. But I'm not sure for the future.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just to put a exclamation point on all this. This research is excellent and so important to decision-making. If the federal government is jeopardizing the continuation of that research, that's a real concern. Thank you.
So if I might, I was going to follow up maybe to connect, I think it was Ben's question and Brenda's question around concerns or red flags and how to view that maybe in a policy context here. And again, for the record, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. So we touched on a little bit in the presentation, but there was a whole lot of information between then and now in this presentation. And so I'd re-highlight the connection we made with the plans for alternate practice, right? So when this technology arrived on the landscape, we used that as a process to require additional best management practices in those areas that are either within 100 feet of a stream channel or on those high landslide hazard locations that do not have a public safety risk. So those are two places that we had been using those plans for alternate practice and BMPs. And once we get to a certain level of that becoming a regular part of operations, it kind of indicates we need to assess something relative to those two rules to determine if that should be allowed under those as a standard or the rules need to be modified or what have you. So a little different statement than what's the red flag or the concern, but I think ultimately as a minimum, that question would need to be answered as part of this process. And so I think that leads to the question around like, what more information at a minimum to try to work through answering those types of questions would you all need as a board, thinking about what was presented today and going forward? So I would throw that out there.
I'm sorry, Josh, I didn't quite catch, what were the questions again that?
So I think there's two places in the current Forest Practices Act where we've required additional BMPs to this point through a plan for alternate practice.
Okay.
That would have been within 100 feet of a stream channel and on high landslide hazard locations where there's no public safety risk. So those are two places we've been requiring additional BMPs through the plan for alternate practice process. And that equates to 85 to a little north of 100 of those a year. And so typically, a plan for alternate practice is only used for very site-specific adjustments to the forest practice rules. And so to me, that number indicates being able to answer that question relative to those two rule sets. Should tethered logging be allowed without that plan for alternate practice, or do additional BMPs need to be added to the rule set to allow that as a standard practice here in Oregon?
It seems like we would need to understand what those BMPs are. Like, I presume you'll present on that at some point.
I think we could, and I think Mark touched on a fair number of them today, but if that's information and how we can walk through that at the next meeting, that's the type of stuff that helps us frame that up and bring that information back to you.
I'd also be interested in whether any of those BMPs in the form EFAP are unnecessary or, overly challenging, or if there's general buy-in related to those.
Ben Doimling for the record. I think what you're asking us, and I think I have an answer for this. I don't know. To me, this doesn't feel like something that rises to the level of the Adaptive Management Committee from what I've heard today and from what I understand about tethered logging to date. So I guess I would share this, that it would be good to get a presentation on sort of, if we were to move forward with a rule change, what that would look like. What would those BMPs be that you might, given what the six of you at the table here think, what those might look like. I think the Adaptive Management Committee is really busy with a lot of things. To me, this doesn't rise to that level, given what I understand to date. But I feel like I'm still don't have a complete picture of tethered logging. There's more I'd like to learn, and I look forward to our meeting in April.
Yeah, I would agree with Ben. I think there's over the last 10 years, there's a great deal of understanding of what works with these systems and what doesn't work. I would, a lot of what Mark had talked about, I think there's, a lot of good information out there. I'd ask Josh, are we going to engage the regional forest practice committees with this kind of work as to what their thoughts are related to BMPs? That would be something I think it might be worth reaching out to them. They're to devise this board, and I have a suspicion there's many people on those committees that have a lot of experience with this type of work.
And just for the record again, Josh Bernard, just we can certainly try to incorporate that feedback. I think in the BMPs that we currently require in those plans for alternate practice, they were consulted originally as part of that process as well. So there may be a way we can roll some of that information into a future presentation to the board as well.
I got to say, as we enter into this process, to be equipped with this fabulous research from OSU is such a wonderful gift to us, and I think to all Oregonians, to industry, and to the environmental community, to have so much out there that we are given in terms of that good information. So thank you. Thank you, Oregon State University. Ben.
Not to jump in again, but I guess I have one more process question. I think we're initiating rulemaking with this. Do we need to vote on this?
No.
Why is that? Maybe I don't understand. How are we able to initiate rulemaking without a vote?
The legislature directed that rulemaking would start by whatever deadline this is, and this is information for
That
us
is
to
the
get us, because
authorization
we
of the
will
rulemaking.
definitely, at some point, be adopting those rules. And
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, so the answer is we don't get to make that decision, Ben.
Yeah.
That's made for us by the governor's office and the legislature.
Anyone else have any final questions or comments? In which, Josh?
Just maybe a quick recap. I think I heard a suggestion maybe leaning towards more along the lines of not the adaptive management committee. Just it helps me frame up what might come back next time. It sounded like information more around the BMPs. And then I heard support for the information presented by OSU today. Is there any additional information in that format or along those lines, or was today sufficient enough to get folks grounded and be able to have a conversation around next steps once we lay out a little bit more of this plan?
I think so. It's kind of hard. I don't know what I don't know, of course. Is there any sense in checking in with, you guys, the ODF has a bunch of scientists too. I'm just curious if, you think this requires further analysis. Personally, I'm not in a big rush unless somebody tells me the PFAT process isn't working. If this requires more review, I don't know about lateral movements. I haven't really thought through all of this. I'm willing to defer to you, but I'm also I'm not quite ready to say that this isn't suited to adaptive management. Just personally.
Okay, with a long pause, thank you all very much for this presentation. We really appreciate coming here. All right, with that, we have continued to maintain ahead of schedule. Now 2:30, and wanted to continue our process of allowing just a few minutes for mop up, clean up, anything that has struck anybody about what's happened today, or any other issues that board members want to bring up. Now is the time. Linda.
Yeah, I just wonder whether it is, what is the sense of the board regarding a message going to the legislature around Senate Bill 1051? I drafted some language. Is that something that people might be willing to vote on, or is that something that we just should table and not bother with at this point? I can read it again if you'd like.
Yeah, Brenda, I guess I'll weigh in first. I guess I don't know that that's the role of this board to weigh in that manner. I think we've all offered our opinions. I guess as my opinion, I think it would be left to individual board members to weigh in themselves. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I don't know. I like it. For me, it just gets a little squirrely because, I haven't fully grappled with, natural resource management there. And then, as I mentioned earlier, I'm a little ambivalent about where the decision-making authority lies. I'm not offended by that language you drafted. I'm just a little nervous about kind of putting my stamp on it. I don't feel that strong.
Okay. Good, we'll table it then. But you all know where I stand.
Okay, any other subjects, comments? Anybody have a problem with going home earlier than we thought?
Can I provide a couple comments to?
Absolutely.
I'll be brief. So this morning we discussed that we were sending folks to North Carolina. And as the day has progressed, we have been informed that that has not going to happen right now, and they're standing down. So I think North Carolina, as fire goes, it's very fluid, and they're going to reach back out, as well as we're in communication with New Mexico about what their needs are. So I just wanted to close that loop on everything. The other piece I wanted to just remind everybody, we're going to be doing our Ways and Means presentation Monday, Tuesday of next week, and the public hearing is Wednesday, as I understand it. So we are working hard to get ready for that and represent the agency's work and our budget needs. And then finally, I just wanted to say, Jim and I have been talking about the April meeting. So we're going to have a meeting and tour in Coos Bay for April. Elaine's working really hard, and we're feeling good about the agenda, and potentially the tour is going to wrap back around to this conversation on tethered logging if we can find the right location for that discussion. With that, I will close out. Thank you.
Brenda, go ahead. Oh, Alexi, you're still with us? Yes, yeah, my bad. You're dead. Yeah, they're all dying.
I look forward to participating more as I kind of grasp all these agenda items. I think it was very new today. And I think that for April, I'll do a lot more preparing, and I do look forward to participating and including my opinion on these agenda items more.